president has campaigned on. Every president that's gotten elected has specifically campaigned on deportation. Like, this is nothing new.
Okay, whatever. Well, I think that just, okay, well, besides that, I think that Trump is actually making, like, when it comes to overseas, the countries overseas, they actually like it a little bit better than they would have before he had the woman president. Right?
They like us better. Where can I find that rhetoric?
Well, you can look up the history of misogyny and misogynistic
No,
people.
no, no, no.
They
You
don't
said
like
that. Stop. Pause. You said that they like us better. Where can I find polling that shows that foreign countries like the United States better now?
Yeah, look up on your little computer right now. You can show the rest of your little fans, if that's what you call them on your little TikTok. You can look up this if you say why Trump's approval rating is the best overseas ever.
Why is Trump's approval rating the best overseas ever? Talk about confirmation bias.
That's not what that is. You can even see
If I'm
on
looking up
this
something
is the bill with
specific,
rotation.
then no, sir, if I'm looking up something that specific, like what you just asked me to do, that is quite, like, that's confirmation bias.
Okay, well, it's only what I should be looking up like that. Because last time I looked this up, because Trump was an unpopular president.
Burning up. Bird up. It's supposed to be bird up. Bird up. Worst show on
I
television.
hate AI, I really do. But this is funny. Based on data from mid-2025,
Where were we?
the premise that Donald Trump holds the
Where
best
the-
approval ratings
Where
ever
were we?
overseas,
Where were we?
supported by broader international polling, which often shows significant disapproval in many nations compared to previous U.S. presidents. It means you are wrong.
Okay, whatever. I mean, I don't really give a shit what any of you would really have to tell me anymore. I'm pulling up a while
This was your point.
Oh, hold on, real
What is
quick.
a liberal school? I'm just curious.
I went to a
All right.
Good seven.
The Pew Research Center, we're gonna go. Nigeria is the only one that really likes him, but
The
here
Pew
we
Research
go.
Center
Where
has
it
funded
talks
by Whipple
about
billionaires like Jeff George Soros, whatever. You know
yeah,
that, right?
that's a good one to get there. Canada is at only 22% approval. The United Kingdom's at 37. Greece is at 37. Poland's at 35. Italy's at 32. Netherlands 22.
Oh,
France
fuck.
22.
Oh,
Spain.
fuck.
Why would millions of Canadians trust their life with COVID? They trust the progress. Our best-in-class athletes are the tools to make your money grow and make life better every single day. You get a secure MasterCard, cash back, and so much more. Sign up for your free trial of Coho today. It's time to trust the progress.
Hold on.
24 country median, so there his median approval rating across the entire globe is only 34%.
Okay, well,
So,
real quick, hold on.
can you just admit that you were wrong? Can you just admit that you were wrong? That he is not the most liked president ever?
The thing is, where did you get that statistic from? Did you get that
I already told you, but I want you to
funding all those studies?
get proof that somehow Pew Research is funded by George Soros. Would love for you to show them.
Yeah, well, where did you get that statistic from?
I already told you where. Awesome. And you can see that you were wrong.
Well, whatever. I was wrong about just that one thing.
Yay! No, you've been wrong. What else were you wrong about, sir? You've already been wrong more than once. So what else were you wrong
I mean,
about?
what did I was wrong about? Because when I'm speaking to you right now, all I feel is me, and AKA intelligent person speaking to you, AKA a moron person.
Did you or did you not make a claim saying that, according to, like, sorry, that grocery prices were going down?
No, I never said that.
All right, I'm done. I can't deal with disingenuous. Probably Beanie. It's fine. I don't really care. I didn't insult him at all. I was just pointing out the facts. calling the stream. Are you there?
Yes.
You're a child. I am not dealing with children, so there's always that. Thank you for calling the stream. Are you there?
Yep.
Awesome. How old are you?
15.
Are you still supporting Donald Trump?
Yeah.
Okay. Can you please tell me what Donald Trump has done so far to earn your continued support? But before you do that, can you give me your date of birth?
January 14th, 2008.
What's he done to earn your continued support? I know you did so great. Thanks, Christian. Guys, really quickly, I'm gonna give me a second over there.
Why this piece not bend? Is it supposed to bend? What the fuck? What the fuck? Isn't it? Is it not supposed to bend? Oh, maybe it's not. Wait,
Oh, mercy.
fuck.
Hi, how are you?
Hi.
Hi, how old are you?
I'm 25 years old.
Yeah, what country are you calling in from, by the way?
I'm calling from Egypt.
From where?
From Egypt, Middle East.
Oh, from Egypt. Okay.
Yeah.
What are you calling in for? Or about? Sorry, not for, but what are you calling about?
I want to speak to you about a lot of major topics, but my English isn't really that good. First, I don't support Donald Trump at all. I likewise like you.
Okay. Sorry, I was trying to make sure you got everything out. Continue if you weren't done.
No, I want to hear from you more.
Okay. He hung up on himself. Well, that was nice. Thanks for calling the stream.
Oh, sorry, no, I was just calling this thing because I thought that this was actually a fake number. Never mind. Have a good day, by the way.
You too. Cheers. Yep, not a fake number. Thank you, Sparky, for that. I appreciate it. All right. Well, we're doing great so far. Thank you for calling the stream. Are you there?
Hello.
Hi. How old are you?
I just wanted to say, that's not the same.
Is that it? Okay. Thank you, Sparky, for being awesome and being you. Oh no, guys, gotta go listen to the 12-year-old. All right, listen to the 12-year-old. Thank you for calling the stream. Are you there? Fantastic. But that's okay.
Why is that piece not bend properly?
Mia, let's see. Why does this not open up all the way correctly?
Fucking piece ain't bending properly. Fuck.
All right.
Good.
Mia,
Thank
thank
you.
you for the 666 Hellband. I don't care about the things that are out of control or whatever. Gosh, sorry. He was a smart person. You just weren't listening. I'm not doing. I get it. Thank you, Mia. That was great. I don't want to put that out. But he'll say it in the chat for Mia. Because thank you. I appreciate that. Yes, Marina. Imagine. Yeah. I'm not doing it. I can't bring myself to do that. Rates in NYC and Cuba plans. You can send it to me, Tron. I'm not sure I know for sure.
I could get out of this place. Because the cigarette smoke is getting to me.
Parents, take care of your children, okay? Maybe don't let them dial strange numbers that they can find on the internet. It'll probably help you with your peace of mind. I don't know why you guys do this.
28,
You're on the stream.
28.
So what's up? So I was gonna ask, and I think some of those lines. What have people given as reasons for supporting Donald Trump? You know, okay, in their opinion.
What?
Me personally, I'm a bit persuaded, you know.
I mean, the main reason people give
What?
is always
Oh, these are them.
immigration and the border. But then they can never tell me what exactly he did to shut it down or stop
828.
immigration or anything like that. They're very non-specific.
Okay, something like that. I'm from a completely opposite side of the world.
Oh, you're over in the UAE?
Yeah, I'm a training designer now. I'll say one thing though. I think we first on the policy plus 971. Look, I'll say one thing though. Yeah, the way we handle immigration in this country, we are one of the few governments in the world that we earn the respect of our people, and we make them respect the law. So in this case, here, you know, and you can look this shit up and like you see some of the penalty for specific things that definitely if you are declared for definitely immediate execution, yeah, there's execution for living, etc. A lot of penalties, even for littering your home, fairly modest. For maybe
Not engraved section?
on the floor,
What?
outside. And
What?
this, how do I put it this way? Such penalties, whether it be for something very small or something the most heinous crime,
What?
make the people constantly, how do I put it this way, respect righteous authority. But if the authority oversteps their boundaries, and if the authority begins to become a threat to the general population, then that's where I would say the line should be drawn. However, in my country, people tend to follow the rules. People, however, it's a very, very good country solely because, and they should take the whole state in front of them, because they connect very much penalties while doing good for its own people. I'm certainly not in that kind of underground. You can get free health care, I'm currently in a public school, so I get free education, university. I live in a free house, I live in a free income. Yeah. I'm not here at free income, sorry. You would still buy the government for my family. Yeah. So,
That's awesome. I wish the United States actually cared about our citizens, but they don't. And Donald Trump got up on national television, just said, child care, we can't take care of that. We have more to pay for. I'm paraphrasing. He didn't say that verbatim. I'm just paraphrasing. Also, like, I don't advocate for the death penalty, so I can't say I like that part of the UAE's policies, but if it works for your country, that's cool. But it's not something that I personally support, so.
yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, how do I say this way? I look at, for example, the Trump budget, or, like, the slavery value is that, wait, hold on.
Guys, the main reason I'm still letting them talk is because it costs money to call in for them. I get it, but I
Yeah,
don't
but
really.
what I'm saying it's an amount, tiny amount from their defense budget towards, more vital sectors such as healthcare or such as infrastructure or whatnot, transportation. I think that would really raise the voice of the United
That's the problem. See, unfortunately, in our extremely capitalistic society, the rich have managed to convince those at in the poverty level or around that level, middle to lower class American citizens, that the problem is coming from people that need government assistance or that seek government assistance. Not that it's the CEOs who scapegoat around all the tax codes and everything like that, or the corporations that utilize all the tax loopholes and everything like that. So it'll never happen because there are too many people that think that the people that are doing them wrong or screwing them over are the ones that need just the teeniest bit of assistance. Well, man, I appreciate you like chiming in. I am going to try to find a
I'll send out the ultimate time to you. I appreciate it. All right. Thank you.
All right, stay safe over there.
Have a lovely day.
You too. I don't know what's all happening over there. I heard that the UAE might have been attacked again by Iran today, so please stay safe, my guy. Thank you for calling the stream. Are you there? Hello? Yeah, your phone is broken. Hi, how are you? Hi. Background, please.
Yes, hello.
Awesome. Hi, how old are you?
Hi, I am 41.
Okay, and are you still supporting Donald Trump?
Oh, no, God, no. Although I have if you let me share, I have something very interesting to contribute, I think.
You make it super quick.
Super quick, okay. So I'm also a Marine Corps veteran, and I have a master's in mental health counseling. And I want to do what kind of seems like is out in my field is Holocaust remembrance advocacy. Possibly maybe like for high schools and like we're each high school level people, the importance of remembering the Holocaust while kind of loosely tying it to now and the dangers of fascism rising up. And before you know it, there's concentration camps. And of course, that is happening now, but I want to be kind of delicate and not, directly call Donald Trump a fascist.
Okay, I mean, if that's something you want to try to do, then make a video on it.
Oh, okay. I guess.
Yeah.
All right, thank you. So it's not a crazy idea, and it's relevant, right? It's super relevant. So that also happens to be something that I have a lot of knowledge in, and I can teach.
Yeah, then definitely make a video about it. Make it educational. So.
Awesome. All right. Well, hey, thank you for letting me call in.
Of course, you have a good one.
You too. Bye.
All right, guys. If you are new here, be sure to hit that follow or hit that subscribe button. I appreciate you guys having me here. We've been live for 40 minutes. And I hate to be mean to people, but or to say this, but and also like no real Trump supporters, because I don't believe the first guy that I talked to was really a Trump supporter. So I honestly think, hey Aslan, thanks for the raid. I honestly think he was just trolling. Okay.
Fuck.
Kilo, thank you for the 10. Says 1 Timothy 6:17, King James Version. You want me to read the worst translation of the Bible? That one actually hurts my brain to read. Okay. I'll try, Kilo. It's like, okay. It's the worst and the most accurate translation, and I say it both ways, right? So it's the most accurate where it's translating exactly word for word in the exact order that it appears, which is not accurate. Like words have meaning, and you don't translate it word by word, like you translate it by the sentence. 1 second. Thank you for calling the stream. Are you there? Okay, Bonnie. We're gonna read through this. Charge them that are rich in this world that they might not be high-minded nor trust in uncertain riches, but in the living God who giveth us richly all things to enjoy. Thank you, Sean. Big love, Ari. You have my gratitude. I appreciate that.
Yay.
That actually, like, I want to now compare that to NIV.
For the blue bins?
There's probably one in that black bucket there.
NIV says,
Maybe, and also, well, you just want a couple of them? We want one for.
which is so uncertain, but to put their hope in God, who richly provides us with everything for our enjoyment.
There's like one here. Put it on the list.
That reads so much better.
Please though, only half fill those bags. Okay. Because I'm gonna actually go through that one and get it into two. No, because it's manageable. We can stay on top of it, but not with bags like that.
God who giveth us richly all things to enjoy. I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying.
Apart again.
Yeah, I can't. I don't like King James because it's so hard to read sometimes. Thank you for calling the stream. Who is it? I don't know. You called me. Who are you? Alright, I think I have the wrong number. Okay. Don't call back and block the number, okay? Thank you. Little kids, don't be calling numbers on the internet. I love it when it's like calls. Okay, if my number doesn't call you and you call me and you say, "Who is this?" You're already starting off wrong. I don't dial out on this phone, like, ever. So I know I didn't call you, right? So that only works when you've missed a phone call and you call someone back and you're like, "Who are you?" Again, though, like, why are we lacking pleasantries? Okay, I personally would go, "Hi, I missed a call from this number. Can I ask who it was that was calling me?" That's probably how I would phrase it. That's just a little bit of advice. All right. Thank you for calling the stream. Are you there? Hello. Kid, I told you to block the number. That doesn't mean call back. Like, I'm sorry, say what? Yeah, no. The kid that said, "Who is this?" called back. Like, I know you are. Thank you for calling the stream. Are you there? I don't know. Who are you? You called me. Who are you? Hi, how are you?
Hello?
Hi, how old are you?
I am 17.
I appreciate you. Have a good one. Thank you, Andrea. I like purple. Okay. Sean. Oh, wait, hold on. Bishop, I'm sorry. I grew up on the KJV. I mean, technically I did too, and it was not an enjoyable. Thank you for calling the stream. Are you there?
Hey, how's it going? I'm 40 years old. I'm here.
So are you still supporting Donald?
Oh, no, actually, I was wondering if you wanted to do a reversal where you play the supporter and I play you.
No. I will.
That sounds all right.
No.
You know all their angles. I can give you 50, for the audience if you could.
Yeah, don't forget those wooden crates outside, eh?
You can go and watch my first video. You should have been here for that.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, no, I missed that one.
Yeah. It literally says
No, I think it's a monster.
MAGA Airness, I think
Yeah.
is what I have on there. You should
I'll
go
check
and
it out.
watch that one. Yeah. I've already done
I'll check it
that.
out.
Yeah.
That's good. Can I just give a couple comments?
You make it super short.
Okay, all right. Well, I think Trump's total monster. He's a fraud from day one. He was best friends with Epstein since his early years, and the fact that he says, "How dare you ask me about the Epstein files again?" The fact that there's a single person that gives a shit about fucking Trump today, they're just like,
Yeah, like really good, too.
I mean, what else can you say? How do these people exist? And they do exist. They're mostly boomers, am I right?
No, I would not say that they're most.
Or stain them.
Really?
I mean, a lot of them are. If somebody
Yeah.
still supports him, forgetting everything else that's happened, yeah, they're not great people. But I hope you have a great day, okay? Thank you for calling the stream. Are you there?
Yes.
Awesome. How old are you?
32.
Okay, are you still supporting Donald Trump?
Absolutely.
Okay. What's he done so far that's earned your continued support?
He keeps winning. He keeps proving the liberals wrong.
So you still support him to own the lid?
For what?
So how does that explain, or like how does that earn your support?
Well, because I liked him since day one. I really liked him since I was young when I read The Heart of the Deal. He actually has common sense. He tells people, especially the women, they're fucking retarded.
Slurs on the internet. Also, I did that wrong. That was supposed to be. I don't know why I didn't save it as the correct way to go. There, should be this one. All right, guys, you should be able to hear this now. I'm going to play this if you guys wanted to mute somebody in the chat. And guys, I am doing this specifically because I rarely ever get any direct donations. Aside from 666, I can tell you I went almost an entire week without, well, sorry, no, I did. I went an entire week without ever getting so I'm going to play this.
This piece goes
really
weird.
out there for you guys. You guys can fuck around with people in the chat is what I'm saying. Why can I still not hear this? I am getting so irritated with myself.
Guessing.
But let's see. Where's my sound going to? Wow, yeah, that's where it should be playing, and yet it's not. Try there. Yeah, that worked. No, my Discord just doesn't want to work at all. Okay, that's cool. I'm so annoyed with everything. Thank you for calling the stream. Are you there?
Here.
Awesome. How old are
How's it
you?
going?
Hi, how old are you?
What's that? 36.
Are you still supporting Donald Trump?
Yes, absolutely. So I think hopefully, I can get you on board with this as well. I mean, one thing is, in Iran currently, working to get rid of their nuclear weapons or ability to have a nuclear weapon. Immigration policy. I'm all for legal immigrants, but not for illegal immigrants. So taking illegals out of our country is the right thing to do.
Iran lost all of they had their nuclear program completely obliterated in June of 2025.
Yeah, they had a big portion of it obliterated, but it's still underneath the rubble. You can
No.
still dig the rubble out, and you can still get to it.
What does obliterated mean?
Obliterated means destroyed.
Completely destroyed, no trace of left.
Yeah, well, I mean,
We were promised by Donald J. Trump.
That word obliterated.
He used it. He still uses it to this day. No, then it wouldn't be obliterated, sir. Stop. No one can hear you right now because you overtalked me while I was speaking. That's crazy. Obliterated means to completely destroy, leave no trace left, right? Donald Trump still says we obliterated to this day. You no longer get to give him a pass almost a year later that he's just utilizing the wrong word. Why is like somebody in his administration should have been like, hey buddy. But they don't. Instead they always
really what you're focused on. If you're focused on the wrong word, you're really digging.
do words have meaning? Do words have meaning?
Really
Do words have meaning? Do words have meaning?
Absolutely, words.
They do. Fantastic. Here's my point. Okay. You're not gonna. Okay. Here's my point. If we completely obliterated their nuclear program, then we have no reason to be bothering them anymore. Okay? That's the whole thing. Yes, words have meaning. If almost a year later you are still utilizing the exact same word, even though you've been corrected and told that it's wrong, and everyone in your administration is utilizing the exact same word, which is wrong because you've already agreed, words have meaning, right? So, just want to be clear with you, you're already not doing great. If we obliterated their nuclear program, then there is no reason for us to be dropping bombs. And I don't know if you realize this. Okay, I'm going to wait to say the next one until you stop talking. So, no one can hear you right now because you're muted. Can you stop talking over me? You're doing great. Not really. Yeah, you can. No one can hear you. Literally 0 people can hear you. Okay. Well, I guess I'm just talking to y'all then. So we're just gonna be so for real, right? Donald Trump sent a letter to Congress on May 1st saying that, okay, we're done. It's over. No more. We don't need congressional approval. So while you can't figure out how to stop screaming into your microphone, Sean says, you will always have my gratitude for your stance against non-enlisting fake MAGA tough guys. Always my gratitude for your stance on veterans. You got it, Sean. I come from a family of veterans, so I really appreciate the veterans that served our country and uphold their oath even to this day. Okay, he's still going. He had stopped for a second, but apparently he's still going. All right, I've got one more to read here. Neely also sent 666. Neely, Mia, I hope you're listening, said, Hail Mia! I mean, Satan. Literally said, Hail Mia, comma, I mean Satan. Period. I mean, comma, Satan. So, you're welcome, Mia. Ayo.
Hey, am I still muted or?
Just still going. Okay, so, oh my goodness. I like how, like, I just take a breath, start my sentence, and he continues to yell over me. Like, just still yelling at me. I will also say I always love it when somebody says, getting the illegals out of our country. Wait, you mean deportations like every president has done? Wow. So I guess you've supported every president since ICE was created in 2003 to conduct deportations. So that means you supported Bush, you supported Obama, you supported Trump 1, you supported Biden, and you supported Trump too. So that's what that means. Also, sir, like I know you're screaming into the void because you won't let me talk without screaming into your microphone, so you did it again. If you support the war in Iran, I hope that you called your local recruiter, especially for the Army or the Marines. Have you done that yet?
No, I haven't done that.
Oh, well, then you shouldn't say you support this war effort unless you want to put your own boots on the ground.
So, does that make a lot of sense? Does that clear your argument?
What argument have I made?
Does that make zero sense?
No, I'm just telling you that if you support a war effort that you personally are not going to go fight, then yeah, you should shut up about it. I can support our troops and the work that they are doing and the fight that they're fighting to stay alive. I support them. I don't support the war effort because it's needless. It's unnecessary. We have had 14 service members needlessly die. I believe most of them weren't even active duty last time I checked, which means because the National Guard and the Army Reservists, while they know that they can be called up to serve at any point in time, they don't necessarily expect to be ever called up and put into harm's way like that. Not necessarily, right? And mind you, 13, it's not working right now, Tony, otherwise I would. 13 were ever disclosed publicly for a long time. We only just found out about the 14th because of Wednesday, or was it Thursday? I don't remember which one. Because that's when the Secretary of the Army actually disclosed this information at the Armed Forces Committee hearing to Congress, that a 14th service member died on March 6th. They hid it from us for almost 2 full months that we had had a 14th serviceman die. Because they don't care. They don't want you to know about it. They're purposely hiding it from you. 380 service members have been injured. 14 are dead. 13 that were disclosed immediately when it occurred after they gave their due diligence and they informed the family. They let everybody know the names, but they knew about the number ahead of time. They hid the 14th death for almost 2 full months, and I think that's unacceptable.
I heard you said the same thing 3 times. I heard it the first time. So is it still your turn to talk, or is it mine?
Let's see here what we got here. Well, thank you, Maureen, for the 5 over on CAP. Says, thank you for dealing with the half-wits. I got you. We're doing it.
Let you talk. You see how you got it down?
Sir, if you had ever actually allowed me at any point in time to finish my sentence from the start, perhaps I would have engaged in a conversation with you, but you came up here in bad faith. Every time that I would start talking, I would get 3 words in, so you're doing it right now. I would get about 3 words in, and you would start to interrupt me. You came up here in bad faith. Why am I required to engage with you in good faith, but you do not have to hold the same value? So you're doing it again. You're doing.
They would see dogs in people's yards, and they would literally take the dogs, bring them to the shelter, and expect us to do intake. Being a black person, if I were on anybody's property, black, white, purple, yellow, green, and stole their dog, I'd be in jail. What makes her any different because she's a white middle-aged woman?
No. The progressives freed the slaves. Are you not aware of the ideology switch that occurred between the Republican and Democratic Party? Or that it was the Dixiecrats that are the ones that still supported slavery? That it was the conservative ideology? It was the conservative ideology that supported keeping the slaves. It was the progressives that wanted to free the slaves. Again, perhaps you should do some more research and actually learn about things, about how the party switch actually happened. This has been well documented. This has been studied. Yeah, I love this. I love this. Yeah. Yeah. Abraham Lincoln was a progressive. Abraham Lincoln was a progressive. Abraham Lincoln was a progressive. I actually will say this. I think the greatest example of the party switch is if you look at Strom Thurmond, right? Because he's the one that argued against the Civil Rights Act, filibustered the Civil Rights Act for 25 hours on the Senate floor. And he was a Democrat. And guess what happened after the Civil Rights Act was passed in 1964? He recampaigned as a Republican. I think that's a great example that shows the party switch. 1957, thank you, Dean, sorry. In 1957, Strom Thurmond filibustered in 1957. After it passed, because he fucking failed, he switched his party affiliation. You can also look at it at the voting history of each state, because before 1972, Texas was blue. It's called an ideology switch. I know you've never heard of that. Thank you for calling the stream. Are you there?
Fucking thing.
Yeah, I'm here. I want to hear your thoughts on Trump's immigration policy.
How old are you?
I am 21.
Could be getting my years wrong. Someone said 1996. Thank you. Are you still supporting Donald Trump?
I am.
Okay. What's he done so far that's earned your continued support?
His immigration policy.
What about it specifically?
Getting all the illegals out of America. Getting all the rapists, the pedophiles, the
Cool.
drug dealers,
Let's try this. Pause. It's okay. You don't need to continue on about this. Okay. So, what significant change or benefit have we seen within the United States of America since Donald Trump has implemented his immigration policy?
Like I just said, all the illegals are out.
Not all of them, sir, because, sorry, pause. You're so wrong, because, sir, you're wrong, because not all of them are out. If all of them are out, why is ICE still out in the streets and cities? Why are they still looking for people? If all of them are out, why are we? But no, wait, hold on. They're all gone. You just said that all of them are out. No, you didn't say that. Here, we'll play this back. This part should work. Let's see. Was this live? Oh, this was not live. Okay, let's get live. Let's pause this. All right. Pause. Unmute. God dang. I know why. I just realized why. So annoyed. I know what's happening with my sound settings. All right, I'm going to play it for you in a second. But you did say all of them are out. So I would like to know if all of them are out. I would like to know if all of them are out. Why on earth? Why is ICE still out there? Okay. They're all hiding. So which one is it? Are they all out or are they all hiding? Is it that they're all out or that they're all hiding? Which one is it?
Most of them are gone. That's what I'm going to say.
Most of them are gone. Okay. So if I play back to you where it shows that you said all of them are out.
Okay.
No, it's okay. I want you to pause for a second. Cool. Hey, why is this not working? It should be working. Just fixed it.
Tiny little pieces. Okay.
No, So annoyed by technology. Okay. Can you just concede you're wrong yet, or no?
31s.
I have to play this over.
Because I plead the fifth. I plead the fifth.
Oh, you plead the fifth. That's not how that works.
Well, it does. So, but anyway, can I hear your opinion?
On what?
On the immigration, I just said that.
What about it specifically?
I want to hear you.
What about it specifically?
Ice shootings and all that stuff. Like I want to hear things, were they right, were they wrong, whatever.
No, they were not right. That it directly goes against the Department of Defense use of force policy, and the Department of Justice use of force policy.
How? When people are rioting up.
How was Alex Freddie rioting? Yeah. We'll put it going directly to Minnesota. How was Alex? You just said that he was rioting. How was Alex Freddie rioting? Yeah, and directly. Okay, I'm gonna repeat this for you. That goes directly.
707. It's 707.
That goes directly against the Department of Defense use of force policy, where it states, and it goes against the SOP, states that officers cannot place themselves in direct danger by walking in front of a vehicle that is on and running. And then, in addition to that, we have case law. So let's go through this with you, okay? For how it is not justified and how the cops should not, or sorry, not a cop, but Officer Ross should not have shot Renee Nicole Good. Brousseau v. Haugen decided in 2004, Brousseau does not authorize officers to create danger by positioning themselves in front of a vehicle. In this ruling, the court emphasized that outcomes turn on trajectory, immediacy, and whether the danger was imposed by the suspect and not manufactured by the officer's placement. So, placement being putting yourself in front of the vehicle. The court, no. That's also directly against use of force. Sir, stop. I know you want to crash out on me, and that's cool. Do it on your own time somewhere else, not on my limit. You want to crash out about me? Do it when we're off the phone, okay? I'm going to finish reading this case brief, okay? The court explicitly acknowledged cases where stepping into a vehicle's path undermines jurisdiction. Then you have the Department of Justice use of force manual and their standard operating procedures that explicitly states officers cannot shoot a fleeing suspect that is driving a vehicle because they do not know what the overall outcome is going to be at the end of it. Because that could put other people in the surrounding area in immediate danger because of a vehicle going out of control.
That's complete utter bullshit.
Have you ever read the SOP or the use of force manual that's been out by the Department of Homeland Security and the Department of Justice? No. So how is that? So how is that utter bullshit if you've never read any of the things that I'm talking about and you've never heard of the case laws that I'm mentioning? How is it utter bullshit to tell you something that you've never heard of?
And he's over an old block. And going up on him, driving by. You're telling me, and there's two cops in the car. You're telling me the cops takes him back while they're driving. What is another?
If they are shooting at him, that's a different story. See, do you see how you are adding in things to justify something that didn't occur in that moment? Why don't we stick to what happened in Minneapolis, Minnesota, and be exact specifics that no, she didn't. No, she didn't. I have. I fucking have. You don't. No, I guarantee you haven't. Do I really have to go through this again? I haven't done this in so long. If I seriously am gonna have to go to this again because this guy hasn't paid attention to any of the things on this in so long. We are now in May. Okay, the shooting happened almost exactly, we're almost at 4 months ago. And we are still talking about Renee Nicole Good, who somehow ran over the cop, who then walked behind her vehicle right after it crashed, walked behind her vehicle.
Are you looking for tools?
Right, he got ran over, but still.
Well, yeah, you see, because I haven't gone through it all yet, but so the screwdriver. All right.
To her after the vehicle crash. We're still doing that. I'm talking about his, sir. I'm talking about his video. The video from his own cell phone footage. Where the phone hit the car. The phone hit the car. He went, whoa, and you hung up. The phone hit the car. He went, whoa, right? And then you see him still walking towards her vehicle and go, fucking bitch. I'm talking about his cell phone footage. The fuck? Oh my god. Why do people? Thank you for calling the stream. Are you there?
Hello?
Hi, how old are you?
Oh, 19, 17, 19.
Okay, and you're still supporting Donald Trump?
Actually, okay, I'll be really simple. I really didn't think this phone number was gonna work. I'm so sorry for wasting your time. I was just really curious if this was actually real. But
It's
appreciate
real.
what you're doing, man. Thank you. Have a good day.
You too. Just like, bro. Dude. Thank you though. Thank you for calling the stream. Are you there?
Yeah.
Awesome. How old are you? Hello?
21, my fault.
Oh, okay. No problem. Are you still supporting Donald Trump?
Yeah.
What's he done so far to earn your continued support?
Helping deaf people out, giving them like money and stuff and hearing aids.
Oh, okay. Where can I find that bill?
Yeah, on the bill, he's just smoking. And he's building on every Trump tower, so that's thinking good. Oh, you there?
I mean, I'm still here. I'm waiting for a valid reason yet. I have yet to hear one.
Also, the war going on right now.
No, pause. I want you to tell me what bill is going to help deaf people out, because I don't know if you realize this. The only people that are able to appropriate money in this country is Congress. So what bill?
Oh, did I say deaf? I meant DEAF.
I know what you said, deaf. Where's the bill?
Yeah, because people like, yeah. So, like, yeah, like, right now,
Okay, if he gave them money or funding, where can I find that? What piece of legislation can I find that?
I think the website that is Trump, that good, bill 2026.
2026. 7?
Trying to get like whatever, like a private thing done. That's just our news state. Yeah. Also with the border too.
No, I want to stay on deaf people. So, what do I need to type in the search bar?
DEASEEOTLE GOSALDCRUOTCIL 2027.
Let me type this out exactly. Deaf people.
Fuck.
Donald Trump
What the
bill.
fuck?
But try to put spaces too, don't forget the space.
Oh, I mean, I do.
It's just like if you just the spaces, you're gonna go really down and stuff. Like all just get spaces. You find it?
Doesn't pull up a bill. The only thing it talks about is the direct funding, which has stayed the exact same amount since 2022. Oh, sorry, actually 2024. Of $92.5 million, specifically only for the National Technical Institute for the
Come on. Step end. Oh shit, fuck. Holy fuck. Fucking thing. I think that's on there.
I heard he's gonna build a wall like with hot air a little bit. You heard that? You heard it, yeah, now.
he's gonna build a taller wall.
I heard he's gonna build taller ones, and they're like a couple feet up, like on the equal side. He's gonna build it like another one.
He can't build on the Mexico side. I don't know if that's a dog. Anyways, he can't build on the Mexico side. That's not our territory.
Maybe it looks to the other side. I know he's doing like, I don't know what it's called, double layer.
Double layer.
Not like double horizontal.
Double
That'd be
horizontal.
very cool. Like first, like
Double vertical. Yeah, that is more accurate. Yeah.
and he's gonna find out who like he's trying to like he put all that investigation of like trying to get like the drugs because like a lot of actors have died about that, like dying from all of it. He's trying to like get like Marvel, all them like arrested control his mind. Like actually help.
So you're worried about drugs and illegal substances coming into the United States?
Yeah. That's why the border is like steering us at the border. My people are like that.
Where to put the pieces? I found the pieces. There.
And I heard that he's gonna try to get like what's that one island called?
wouldn't be the 51st state.
So it's Puerto Rico. Yeah.
Puerto Rico. Puerto.
Yeah. Puerto.
Puerto. I don't expect you to be able to read your R's or roll your R's. That's fine. But it's Puerto Rico.
I'm part Spanish.
Spaniard would be the correct way to say that.
In my mouth.
Then you wouldn't be Spaniard. You would be Mexicana. Or Mexican. My bad.
Used for life. Or Mexicana.
Yeah. That would be your ethnicity. Saying that you were Spanish would mean that you're a Spaniard, and that's from Spain.
Oh, also, by the way, that is not true.
I didn't say that at all. Neither did the other guy.
Some moron.
And that's actually. Don't make me defend somebody else's idiotic statements, but you didn't say that people are bringing back slavery. So I will say I watched the comic say, and I thought it was actually a good one, where the comedian, I'm going to butcher the joke, so forgive me guys, I can't do the punchline. But the joke was basically, seeing everything that Donald Trump could do with his executive powers, man, I didn't know that the president had so much power. Barack Obama failed us. We could have been having white slaves. It was a black man that said the joke.
Barack Obama was a good president.
I'm just repeating a comedian.
But I think that dude was black.
Yeah,
Black.
Reggie was a black man that gave a joke saying that Barack Obama could have done more and black people could have had white slaves.
Oh no, I'm sorry about the dude said that there's that slave. Definitely was black.
Okay.
Yeah, so, yeah. Black people always but back to now, so.
No, because now you've just been like actually racist. Yikes! Yeah. I can't. That was weird. I don't know. Again, I don't think I've had a serious conversation yet. And I mean, fine. I guess, whatever. Thank you for calling the stream. Are you there?
Hello?
Hi, how old are you?
Hi, I'm 35.
35. Awesome. Are you still supporting Donald Trump?
I am a supporter of Donald Trump, in many ways, but not all of them.
Okay. Do you mind just waiting 1 second?
Yes, ma'am, absolutely.
Thank you. Guys, if you are new here, I forgot to do this before I answered the call, but be sure to hit that follow or that subscribe button depending on which platform you are on. If you support what I am doing, please. We have super fans, gifts, memberships, super chats, bits, and subscriptions, all available across all the platforms. Please help me out. That does encourage me to continue to go live every day, education.
Holy fucking pain in the arse.
Okay, so what has Donald Trump done so far to earn your continued support?
Personally, for me, I've seen significant tax increase in terms of my refund, which I think taxation is step in the first place. But I have seen a significant tax increase on my refund, and it's really more about. I think he trolls more than people realize. I think people really. I really think he trolls on purpose to bait a lot of people, and I find it unnecessary. But at the same time, he is America first, and I do support that aspect. Is there anything specific you'd like me to speak on?
I mean, sure. If we go back to your tax refund, can you tell me how, is it just you and yours that you focus on when it comes to why you would support something?
Yes, I mean, obviously, my first concern is going to be myself and my immediate family. serve themselves and their immediate family first. And then if they have the ability to, focus on some other aspects of society to help out with, absolutely.
I mean, no, that's fine. That's why I wanted to see if there's a reason to continue down that point. Cool. Donald Trump in the One Big Beautiful Bill assisted you in getting a temporarily higher tax refund. That tax refund, which has been eaten up by the increase in cost of living as a result of everything else that has happened in society. So, yep, you are seeing a higher tax refund, a one-time payment. Sounds great. Sounds very awesome. You said Donald Trump is America first. Can you tell me how stripping 2.4 million American citizens off of SNAP EBT benefits, so therefore causing them to face food insecurity in this country, is America first?
Well, I believe the necessary needs will drive somebody. I mean, I've been working since I was 18 years old.
Yeah, I can do that.
And I understand that there
What am I doing?
that can significantly reduce somebody's ability to do many jobs. I understand that. Whether it be a disability or the fact that he's just a single parent and they have children and
Ugh,
I
right.
do understand that.
Ugh.
Retail the majority of my life, and I have seen firsthand the abuse of the SNAP system, SNAP EBT, you name it. I'm a citizen of
What's the
Florida.
abuse? Be very specific and describe it.
People that pull up in a vehicle with the fucking paint job and chrome rims and come in and get.
So I just want to be clear, because somebody receives SNAP benefits, they should never be able to once splurge and have nice things.
No, man, I did not say that.
No, you specifically said have a nice car, or sorry, have a nice paint job, have nice rims. That's a one-time splurge of a payment, right? Depending on what kind of rims you got, they maybe cost $200 to $300. Depending on what kind of paint job you got, more than likely it was a wrap, and wraps cost a lot less money than getting a custom paint job. So wrap, which is more likely,
That's really possible.
yeah, which could, depending on who you go to, might have cost you $200. So again, a couple $100. Or if you did it yourself, because some people can do it themselves just fine. I've watched the videos. You can buy the material for $50, right? And maybe it's not even their car. Maybe they bought the car 5 years ago before they fell into the need where they lost their job, or they're in between jobs where they're paying good money and they're now below the poverty line. So now they need SNAP to supplement it.
We're going into a lot of different possibilities here.
Well, sir, I'm not the one who made a SNAP, sir. Yeah, they could be, because I'm not the one who made a SNAP judgment. Seeing someone roll up to a store in a nice to them car and just automatically assume that because they have a SNAP card and a nice car that they're cheating the system. You don't know anyone's circumstances, just like I don't. But I'm not the one who said they were cheating the system.
Well, I'm speaking from my personal experience as somebody that worked retail at the same location for multiple years and consistently saw the same people. And now I would continually see families that would come in and use that system to, they have their children with them. Maybe the whole family comes in on Sunday afternoon and, they take their groceries for the week. But also at the same time, I would see consistently the same people that would come in and use SNAP for nothing but sodas and bags of chips.
Because they're cheap. They're cheaper than healthier food. And I don't know if you realize this, but right now the minimum benefit for SNAP is $23 a month. What can you buy that's going to feed you for the month for $23 a month? USDA.gov. The minimum benefit is $23 a month. Where can you go and feed yourself? Just you yourself.
Is that $23 across the board?
That's the minimum benefit allowed by the federal government is $23 a month.
Minimum. Oh, that's the minimum. Okay.
Yeah. So that's why I'm asking you, where can you go and feed yourself? What can you buy and feed yourself on $23 a month? What can you buy for $23 a month?
Based on your
Yeah, sir. And I also know people that are getting $1,200 a month in disability checks that are only getting $23 a month right now on staff. So again, like, let's try this again. What can you buy, you as an individual, for $23 a month to feed yourself?
I'm not gonna lie to you. I grew up on mac and cheese and beans.
You're not answering my question. What can you buy on $23 a month to feed yourself for the entire month?
I don't. I'm sorry to tell you the food that is available.
Yeah, Kraft mac and cheese, a box of Kraft mac and cheese, which will only feed you for maybe 2 days if you make the entire one singular box, is about $2 right now. On top of that $2, you have to also pay for, guess what? Milk in order to make it not taste gross, right? Because when you make it with water, it's disgusting. I'm just gonna be honest. It is disgusting. And I might even be wrong on the current price, right? Because I don't buy Kraft mac and cheese. Milk and butter. Oh yeah, you also need butter. Butter is also expensive. But milk by itself, let's say you buy a gallon that can maybe last you for a week, right? A gallon of milk still costs about $2, okay? So let's just say Kraft is $2, right? It only lasts you 2 days. That's only for one meal a day. So now you're only eating for one meal a day off of a gallon of milk for a week, right? So we've got $2 Kraft mac and cheese. You're gonna have to buy at least 3 boxes to make you through 6 days. But really, let's just say 4 boxes to make you through the entire week plus a day, right? So you're already up to $8. You're already up to $10, sir. You're already up to $10. You're already up to $10 right now to get through an entire month out of $23. And I'm not even adding in the butter. Sir, inflation. Prices are not what they were when you and I grew up. You gotta stop going back to the times that you don't remember. Stop. Pause. Stop. You have to stop going back to the times where things cost about 30 cents. Because they don't cost 30 cents anymore. We have to live in the current world right now with the current costs of things. So when I've asked you, what can somebody buy or what can you buy and live off of for $23 for an entire month?
But you're using a circumstance that is only a single percentage of what we're.
Most people are currently receiving only $23 a month while their paperwork is re-reviewed by the USDA.
Okay, you want to ask me?
Oh, yeah.
People that are.
Sir, I just want to be clear. You are the one who made. The reason why this came up is because you said there are people cheating the system. And when I asked you for specifics on how are they cheating the system, the only thing you could say is you've seen somebody roll up in what you consider to be a nice paint job, probably a custom wrap, or nice rims, when you don't know the full extent of their circumstances, whether or not that's their car, whether or not their neighbor gave them a ride or let them borrow their car. You made the top page, but I did post a video of a 65-year-old woman who is blind, who cannot drive, who does not have a store that's in a reasonable distance to just walk to, right, to go grocery shopping because she cannot legally drive, who's only receiving $12 a month in SNAP benefits after it got reduced to 24 because for some reason there was a hiccup with her paperwork where they believe that they overpaid her at some point, so then they deducted the amount that she received, right? Because they went back through 2023 and 2024, where during the Biden administration, where she was receiving $84 a month, right? And now she was receiving 12. She stopped filling out the paperwork because it required her to fill it out monthly. Someone who only receives $1,200 a month in disability, who cannot afford to even feed herself, right? You're saying people like them don't exist, yet they are calling into news shows. They are calling in to ABC radio. They are calling in to FM radio, and you can hear their stories everywhere across the entire country about people who have been removed or had their SNAP reduced because USDA went back and reviewed and found that everyone else, like somehow they got overpaid at one point when the system was expanded for a reason.
You tell me there's no fraud.
I'm not saying there's no fraud. I'm saying that why on earth would I remove 99 people from a program that works and helps save lives and keep people fed because one person might be committing fraud?
I'm not that. I never see you're really smart on that.
I didn't say that you said that, did I? Did I say that caller on the phone right now said that he wants to remove 99 people? I didn't even insinuate. I'm giving you a real world example that while I believe that there are some instances of fraud, I don't believe that because one person commits fraud, we should remove other people from the system that benefits from them and feeds children. Are you aware that 34% of all households that are actively receiving SNAP benefits have children in them? Another 33% have veterans. Another 17% have the disabled. 84% of all households that receive fraud have people in them that cannot work.
I understand that, and if your listeners would be willing to go back and check, I said that I'm fully willing to put in my fair share to support the people that legitimately need it. But
no, you're the one. If they go back and listen, what they're going to hear, sir, is that you are the one who made a snap judgment, a quick by looking at somebody judgment. You did. Stop. Yes, your observation is that snap judgment. That because somebody has a car with a nice paint job, your words, nice rims, your words, and they have a SNAP card, that therefore they must be defrauding the system. That's what people are going to go back and listen to and hear you say, that because somebody has what they consider a nice car to them means that they must be defrauding the system. When you yourself have admitted you don't know their entire circumstances, you don't know if it's their neighbor's car, you don't know if they got a ride from a friend every single time that they go to the store, you don't know if they borrow a car, you don't know if it's even their car, you don't know if it's something came up in their life where they are no longer making the same money that they used to make. You've already admitted yourself, you don't know that. What people are going to go back in here is that you make snap judgments based off of looking at people and you assess their entire life from staring at them for 2.5 seconds out of your entire day, and you have made up their whole life story in your entire mind by looking at them. And you've made the snap decision that they must be defrauding the system simply because they have a nice paint job on their car or nice rims.
Well, I gotta respectfully disagree with you. So, I think I'm going to end my stint on this. I appreciate your time, and hopefully, maybe we can have a healthy conversation again at some point.
Feel free to call back.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Fiona, thank you for this. Fiona gave a sample budget where, let's see, thank you, Josh, so much for the well diving. I didn't even hear that. My stuff is so messed up. I am so annoyed. I'm probably going to run a test live after this just on TikTok to figure out what is going on. So let me show this real quick. First job, $1,100 a month. Second job, $955. No other extra income. Net income about $2,060. $100 to go into savings a month. Rent is, which nobody's rent is going to be $600. $150 car payment. That doesn't happen. Anyway, like, sorry, I'm going down on the weeds right now, talking about how this stuff does not happen. Car payment, home insurance, health insurance, cable, electric, other monthly expenses, $1,260. Monthly spending money. So that means you can spend for $27 a day. Yeah, I don't know. They're from a long time ago. Fiona, that's from a long time ago. That's not anything recent at all. But I appreciate that. Like, yeah, people just don't live in the year 2026 anymore. Thank you for calling the stream. Are you there?
So,
Hi, how old are you?
22.
Are you still supporting Donald Trump?
Yeah.
Okay. What's he done so far to earn your continued support?
I have questions so that last debate.
It's not a debate. Yeah. So anyways, what's Donald Trump done to earn your continued support?
Everything. He's bored. He like, was deaf.
Thank you for proving you are not a real person. Appreciate you. Thank you for calling the stream. Are you there? Awesome. How old are you? 27. Your service is not great. Your service is not good.
I was just gonna have, I was doing some stuff.
Thank you for calling the stream. Are you there?
Well, yes, I am.
Awesome. How old are you?
I own
That makes sense.
I am 33 years old.
All right. And are you still supporting Donald Trump?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. What's he done so far to earn your continued support?
Currently, right now, I think that immigration policy that's going on, obviously, and you're not going down the murdering of American citizens. I would like to be upfront. I think that it could be handled better, but if you need to fill the border, and people who are here, are documented, and absolutely. I think that is a big reason why I feel support.
Cool. And so, what significant benefit have we seen in the United States of America as a direct result of Donald Trump's immigration policy that we've not seen under other presidents?
Well, that's a good point. I think we saw it greatly under Obama. Because the last 4 years, letting everybody in was a mistake. Not knowing who's in our country for national security purposes.
Sorry, I'm going to pause you. I'm going to pause you because you did not answer the question.
Okay, sorry.
What significant benefit have we seen in the United States of America as a direct result of Donald Trump's immigration policy that we have not seen under any other president's immigration policy?
Well, okay, that's a double-edged sword, right? Because you very much follow the same strategy that Obama and many other presidents have. But it's one specific.
It's not, I'm not asking for a reason. I'm asking what benefit have we seen as a direct result of his immigration policy for the United States of America?
National security. National security. Knowing who's in our country.
How was our national security improved? And I'm going to give you specific examples. When we've had National Guardsmen shot in our streets in Washington, D.C., which we haven't seen before, right? And we've had another attempt on the life of Donald Trump. How has our national security increased when we're seeing additional hate crimes occur across the United States of America? Again, Donald Trump had another attempt on his life, even though barely an attempt. The guy just basically broke into the area, but we're going to say it's an attempt for this conversation. And the two National Guardsmen that were shot in Washington.
Oh shit, where'd it go? Oh fuck me.
No, you said national security is our benefit that we've seen. If you can equivocate how exactly our national security has improved. Exactly how, specifically. How is it improved specifically? I'm going to need metrics and I'm going to need data. So just your vibe?
How many people in this country over the last 10 million, 2,000, who knows? But there were a lot of people living in this country, and they didn't.
Where did you go? Where did you go?
National security is very important. Educating people who are MS-13 members, who are agents, who are criminals. The definition of being makes you.
No, it doesn't. No, it does not. No, it absolutely does not. Stop. I'm going to pause you right there. Cool. According to our criminal justice system, what makes somebody a criminal? Incorrect. Our criminal justice system has a very specific motto. Do you know what it is? Innocent until proven guilty. Cool. And then I'm gonna back this up. Okay. Arizona v. United States 2012 Supreme Court ruling specifically and explicitly states that simply being residing within the United States of America and being considered deportable or undocumented, or as you like to call it, does not make someone a criminal.
So violating laws that say you cannot come into this country without permission of the United States is not breaking the law.
It does not make someone a criminal.
Okay, so if you break the law, you're not a criminal.
According to our United States criminal justice system, you have to have been to be considered in a criminal in our United States criminal justice system. You have to have been convicted of a crime that you have been accused of. That's why in Arizona v. United States 2012 Supreme Court ruling, the justices ruled that in order to be considered a criminal, you have, well, they didn't rule that part, so let me back a little bit. They ruled that residing in the United States and being considered deportable or being undocumented or being an illegal immigrant does not make someone a criminal, because you have to go through the legal process.
Okay.
Unless you believe in violating the Fourth and Sixth Amendment, the Fourth, Fifth, Sixth, and, well, technically the 17th, or the 7th as well, and the 14th Amendment of our Constitution.
Okay. I'll take your word on that. I believe you. I'd like to do a bunch of times. I don't think you're. I can't believe it. So, what should be the appropriate?
Look.
You come here undocumented, right? Come here undocumented. You're here in this country. You get caught because you're not supposed to be here. What is the appropriate response to that?
Yeah, you allot them due process.
So, what, in your eyes, going to a detention facility and then having a hearing before a judge, is that not due process? Because from my understanding, that's what happens. You go to your facility, unfortunately, you are detained, right?
great if that's what was actually happening.
So how many people are getting deported without?
Too many. I can tell you every single person that was sent to El Salvador had zero hearing. There was a reason why there was an immediate stay issued by a judge, Kilmar Abrego Garcia. It was literally ruled in the United States Supreme Court 9-0 that they, in the fucking Solicitor General, argued that they didn't have to give him due process and they therefore denied him due process. Like, it was ruled in a 9-0 Supreme Court ruling. No, that he was supposed to get due process and they did not give it to him. And they did not give it to him. The Solicitor General argued that they did not give it to him. They actually admitted that his deportation was a mistake, but they wouldn't bring him back. So
Maybe I'm reading this incorrectly, but like about 100 days before, well, it came to my mind. I just wanted to make sure. So was he not currently on bail for an allegation? Indicative? Oh, he was on federal bail for federal smuggling charges?
incorrect. Not on March 17th. Not on March 17th, 2025, when he was illegally removed from the United States of America.
So this is saying 2019.
No, he hasn't been on bail, sir. You're not reading the right paperwork, or you're not reading. So yes, he had a order of not being removed. He had a non-removal order placed by a judge in 2019, to which a part of that agreement is that he checked in every single year with immigration officers. Every single year with immigration officers. Where even according to him, he wasn't even placed with the suspected gang members in El Salvador because he didn't have tattoos that actually said that he was a part of MS-13, which just everyone's friendly reminder, MS-13 is a gang that started in Los Angeles, California.
Correct, yes, but they have huge ties all through Southern America, South America. It's a very violent gang. I don't think that they should be around, whether they started in Southern California or anywhere else. Sure. Circling back on what we're talking about, I obviously think that everybody should be deported. Regardless of...
Cool. Admonish the Trump administration for not following the Constitution for at least 278 officials. Say that, Dave. Put it all together. Don't just say that's a disgrace for short. Put it all together. I want you to include Donald Trump's name and his administration all in your statement saying that it's a disgrace.
So I'm not because
Why not? You just agreed. Hold on. You just agreed that it was disgraceful. So now I want you to put it all together in one sentence, including Donald Trump's name, saying that it's a disgrace. Fully actually admonish him. That's not groveling, sir. You said sure. Hold on. When I said hold on. So anyways, so I asked you to admonish Donald Trump, okay? And you said, sure, I can admit that's disgraceful. All I'm asking you to do is tie it all the way back together and fully admonish Donald Trump and his administration and put it all in one sentence and not just agree with me in that second. So include Donald Trump, disgraceful, violating the Constitution.
I'm just trying to have a conversation here. I gave you my word, and I listened to what you said. Let me finish my statement. If that is in fact true, it is deplorable, and it is not the way that this country should operate.
Cool. Already been decided on by the United States Supreme Court multiple times, and other judges that have ordered that DHS has to facilitate the return of individuals from other countries that were illegally deported without getting their right to due process that is guaranteed under the United States Constitution under the 5th and 14th Amendments, and that they have their 4th, 6th, and 7th Amendments rights violated by the Department of Homeland Security. Great, awesome. Admonish the Trump administration. You already said that you don't agree with him on everything, so this should be easy to tie it all into one sentence with Donald Trump's name and admonish him. Should be easy.
No, I'm not going to do it.
Why can't you do it? Why can't you do it? Why?
Because I don't agree with it. I don't.
You don't agree? Wait. So you agree with violating the Constitution? Oh, okay. So great. No, sir. It says all persons. In all of those amendments that I just listed for you, it says all persons. It does not specify citizens. It says all persons. In every single one of the amendments that I listed for you, you do not get to cut out a caveat that then eliminates to only allow citizens to get these rights, because that's not how the Constitution works. You have already said, and I want you to hold true here, if you truly do not support everything that Donald Trump does, it should be quite easy to put it into a full and complete sentence, including Donald Trump's name, saying that he has done something wrong and you are admonishing him for it. Should be really easy. You said you don't support him in everything that he does. Prove it now. Prove it by completing a full sentence. Why? Why won't you do it? Why won't you do it?
Because I don't admonish him. I don't at all.
It's a cult. It's a cult. It's a cult. I'm sorry, sir. Okay, so at this point, I'm going to be really very clear. He supports everything that Donald Trump does. There's no questioning about that, because he cannot admonish him. You fully support every single action taken by the Donald Trump administration, but you can say it, you can speak out against it, as long as it does not have to include Donald Trump's name in the sentence. It's a cult. It's a fucking cult. You know what I can do? I can speak out heavily against the Democrats, right? Because this is easy. I'm not a Democrat, so I don't give a fuck about them, right? Chuck Schumer needs to retire. Hakeem Jeffries, I'm sorry, he's a fucking joke, and I'm very disappointed that he's running uncontested in the state of New Jersey for his seat as Senate or in the House. I'm very mad that he's running uncontested by the Democrats. It's ridiculous. All right? Fucking Jasmine Crockett should have won the Senate race in Texas. However, it wasn't going to happen in reality. She had a better platform, though. James Tallarico spoke better with the people, unfortunately. Reached out to people and touched people's hearts more, I guess. I don't know. Either way, don't care. Joe Biden fucked up multiple times in his presidency. He did not put his best foot forward, and during that, not even hard. Wow, do you see how easy it is? Biden fucked up. He could have done more about the border and sooner, and he didn't. And he proved that in his last year of presidency. He fucked up. Wow, it is so hard to speak out against the President of the United States. Obama should have never bombed Libya. That was fucked up. Obama should have never accidentally killed civilians in other countries or a United States citizen in another country. That was fucked up, and I'm glad someone held him accountable and that they paid restitution for killing a U.S. citizen. Wow. Whoa. Bill is a creep. Bill Clinton is a fucking creep. Oh my God. It's so difficult to speak out against the presidents or the Democratic Party. It's so hard. Oh my God, I think I'm going to die. Anyways, can you now admonish Donald Trump?
Actually, you know what? I will.
George B. is not a Democrat. I'm just pointing something out because I think that's so funny. Reagan is a Republican. I was giving examples about how I think the Democratic Party messed up. how easy it is to speak out negatively about it. Oh, it's bad that it violates the Constitution. Cool. Use your words, include it all together in a sentence, and say you don't agree with it. Oh, I won't do that. I won't do that. I won't do that. It's like it made him physically. I honestly feel like this, and don't hate me for this. It seemed like it made him physically, like put him in physical pain at the even the idea, the thought of making a full complete sentence saying Donald Trump made a mistake with immigration and it's disgraceful. The idea of saying, and I didn't even give him a sentence to say. I just asked him, put it all together in a sentence, whatever way you want it to phrase it. Put it all together in a sentence and admonish Donald Trump. Like, okay, Pookie Pie, oh, you're so silly. I don't know the 14th, 7th, or the 5th Amendment of the United States Constitution. Cool. So the 5th Amendment asserts your right to due process and eliminates your ability to self-incriminate. The 7th Amendment is your right to a civil trial in front of a jury. Ooh. And the 14th is birthright citizenship. That's the main one, right? The other part is due process and your right to property. Property shall not be deprived by the state of you without due compensation. By the way, I don't have anything up on my screen. In fact, you know what? You're on TikTok. I can even show it to you. I do have to put another tab up here for a second. But watch this. This is great. It's okay, Kay. I know I'm going to blow your mind, so I'm going to help you out with something here. This is all I see on my screen, Spooky. See all that? You see how fun that is? I did that without showing you anything. Don't have anything open. There's literally, I already found out the other day that there's 4 constitutional amendments that I don't know offhand by quick memory. It's quite easy to remember things when you have to keep looking at it every day. Oh, I have 3, CT. I have 3. So, but it's okay. I'm sorry I hurt your feelings. I'm so sorry, Pookie Pie, for hurting your feelings. Y'all said a lot. Hold on. I thank you, Mighty, for becoming a sub. You also gifted a sub. Thank you so much. Gifting a sub. Thank you so much. You said the Trump administration is the most corrupt government. I'm not sure about ever, but it's definitely corrupt. All right. So I agree. And then is that the one that you highlighted? It's so hard to keep up with on here sometimes. That is the one you highlighted. Thank you so much, Kramer, for all of that. If I do nothing else except highlight one person a day that is unable to admonish the Trump administration, I'm okay with that. And that's what happened with the last caller. So I have a couple of things to read real quick. All right. Thank you, JRG, for the 100 bits. Isn't it interesting that there was no fallout reports from Cadet Bonesford's obliterating Iran's nuke facilities? The first time Reagan did it during Chernobyl. That's true. And yes, Bishop, you wrote the brief. You did a great job. You did a great job. Thank you for the brief. Snap told me I was too poor to qualify for Snap. I had to fight for months and just to get it used. Use it for drinking water. Can I drink the local water to improve anything? Yeah, that's true in a lot of places. Live off of rice and ramen because you're too poor for anything else. I'm sorry, that should never happen. The caller is so concerned about national security. Can you explain why Trump allowed the full sale of U.S. steel to Japan when Biden blocked that sale for national security reasons. Moose, I will have to ask the next person. Moose, remind me in the server. I'll definitely have to ask that next time. Guys, if you're new and you haven't already, hit that follow, hit that subscribe button. Corey, thank you for the 5. I have a couple more to go over. Oh, I think this one is on. Where does this leave off? Jeff said, super chat, thank you. Do I support the LGBTQI right plus to live and exist as them? I don't think we should be taking away people's rights. Hey Ari, you've been purifying your drinking water. Hope you've been purified. I do actually. Say no to the gay frog, 666, hail Satan. That's hilarious. Thank you so much. If Republicans are the end slavery party, then why was Lee Atwater a Republican? Ooh. I'm from Puerto Rico. Ari is correct. Yeah, that guy was saying Puerto Rico. It was so weird. I have a brain tumor, can't work. $1,200 disabled, $28 snap. Yeah, you can't buy anything off of $28. I'm so sorry, lady. Lady, I'm sorry to hear about your tumor. We died at the pun you made with your Snap judgment comments. Oh, in talking about Snap, I wasn't even trying to be funny. I was not even trying to be funny. Sean, the largest security threat is debt bone spurs. Caller, you are being belligerently ignorant. I agree. Thank you, Chris and Tegan for the jewels and Bia for the jewels. I'll go back. MAGA ought to not jabber about the law, being pro-life, for being morally superior ever again. They defied those tenets on the day.
Well, what the fuck are those things for? Oh, that's
they expect us to
what?
Amnesiacs. They do, in fact. They expect you to forget and just live off of, I don't know. Ian, thank you so much for the text. Thanks for doing this, MAGA. I appreciate that. Oh, Neely, I turn them off because I'm at my time. You know me. I will turn them off. That last conversation was enough, I think. But they don't know. Like, does she want me to read section 1 of the 14th Amendment? Because I can pull that one up. Can I read it, like, cite it verbatim on memory? No. But I can acknowledge that. But here, she wants me to put it up so bad. I don't know which section of the 14th Amendment she wants me to read. But here, this is directly from constitution.congress.gov.
Oh, that's spooky. What the hell?
.gov. So I assume that you want me to read the whole thing. Okay, you're gonna sit here for all 5 sections of it. Okay, we'll read this to you. Okay, we'll read this slow just for that because she's demanding that I read the entire thing. Oh, you will hear naturalized or citizen in the first sentence only. Okay, in the first sentence only. I am going to have to read. I am literally going to have to read the punctuation. Okay, I got that. All persons born or naturalized in the United States, comma, and subject to the jurisdiction thereof, comma, are citizens of the United States and of the state wherein they reside, period. New sentence. No state shall make or enforce any law which shall abridge the privileges or immunities of citizens of the United States, semicolon. Nor shall any state deprive any person of life, comma, liberty, comma, or property, comma, without due process of law, semicolon. Nor deny to any person within its jurisdiction the equal protection of the laws. Do you see that whole last part of section 1, where it says any person? Then it even says it in the next semicolon, any person again. Do you see that? Oh, okay. Is that really your question right now? Oh, I'm not picking. Hold on. You are the one literally picking right now. Oh, I'm not picking. You just apparently don't know how to read. Okay. Sorry, I am gonna put this on the screen. This is actually quite sad. Oh no. Yeah, we're gonna replace that. I think that should automatically. Oh yeah, see, this works. It worked out great. Hold on, that's not the right one. I saved it under the wrong one. We're gonna resave it here. Save. I'm gonna do it under the heat energy. Yeah, we got this. Now it should pull up. Oh wow. Kay, I think you misunderstand English. Okay. I don't think Kay understands.
Funnels are out. The smartest brands today are using loop marketing, an ever-changing framework that keeps working again and again because it matches how people actually buy, fast, distracted, and across multiple touchpoints. Want to know which page you should jump in at for your business? Check out the full video linked below.
Person of life, liberty, or property without due process of law, nor deny to any person within its jurisdiction the equal protection of the law. K, Pookie Pie. Oh, okay, you just, K, what is a semicolon? How is a semicolon used in a sentence? K. How is a semicolon used in a sentence? What does it do? What does it do, Pookie Pie? What does a semicolon do? What does it do in a sentence? How is a semicolon utilized in a sentence, Kay? Can you tell me that? We're gonna see this change. Yeah. How is a semicolon used in a sentence? How is a semicolon used in a sentence?
Now, the whole problem with your whole sentence.
Nope, you're answering this one question. How is a semicolon used in a sentence? That's the only thing you're going to come off mute for. How is a semicolon used in a sentence?
She's got him on mute.
Of course, Guardian, you can answer. Kay seems incapable. How is a semicolon used in a sentence? Do. Oh, literate unicorn helped you out. It separates related independent clauses without ending the sentence. Oh, okay. So let's try this again. We'll read this from the second sentence, which would be clause 2, just for you, Kay. No state, you're not listening. No state shall make or enforce any law which shall abridge the privileges or immunities of citizens of the United States, nor shall any state deprive any person of life, liberty, or property without due process of law, nor deny to any person within its jurisdiction the equal protection of the laws. I'm so sorry. Can you please explain to me how a semicolon is utilized in a sentence? Did you not understand that? Oh no. You didn't know how to use a semicolon in a sentence. Oh, I know you did so great. You did so great. You're so awesome. You did so good. Gold star. You literally proved nothing, Pookie Pie. You proved that apparently understanding English sentence structure is illegal in the United States of America. You're right, I did, because I'm over my time and you're so ridiculous. I'm not, I've got a great sleep, Garden. It's so ridiculous. Oh, learn nothing. Learn absolutely nothing. Kay learned nothing. Absolutely nothing. Doesn't know how to read a sentence structure. Doesn't understand the continuation of a sentence. Doesn't understand what all persons mean or any persons mean within that sentence. Within the 14th Amendment. Obviously doesn't understand that the United States has ruled on the application of the 5th and 14th Amendments applying to immigrants without documentation status since 1892. 6. Boom! If you don't like what I have to say, then argue with the Supreme Court of the United States, who has decided this 7 times. If you're a lawyer, please return your Juris Doctorate. There is no way. Holy shit. Is fucking Bishop still here? Because this person, Kay, is saying that they are an attorney. Return your Juris Doctorate because it failed you. You don't understand that the Supreme Court has already ruled 7 times on applying the 5th and 14th Amendments to undocumented immigrants and non-citizens, and you have a JD? Okay, join my server and you can argue with Bishop because there is no fucking way you're a goddamn attorney. You don't understand the Supreme Court? You don't understand how semicolons are utilized in a sentence? Please get a refund on that. Kay was absolutely trying to threaten you too. Sad. Oh yeah, I believe it. Poor snowflake MAGAs. This is why we talk to you as if you are stupid. Own it. Learn or unalive, you silly pooch nuts. I'm in the Supreme Court of my state, and you don't know what the Supreme Court of the United States of America has decided about the 5th and 14th Amendments? You are a disgrace, and I hope you get disbarred, because there is no way you are an attorney in not understanding what a semicolon does in a sentence. You don't know what a semicolon is? But you're an attorney? I'm an attorney and I represent the Supreme Court of my state. Whoever said that you could be as representing any clients in the Supreme Court of your state absolutely deserves to be fired. They literally deserve to be fired. You don't even know what a semicolon is and how it is utilized in a sentence. In the 7th Supreme Court of the United States of America, case laws that uphold applying the 5th and 14th Amendments to undocumented immigrants in the United States of America. Go do your own life, Kay. I'm sure 3 people will show up. Go do it. I'm sure 3 people will show up. Have fun with that. You deserve to be fired. If you have a JD, you literally deserve to be fired. You're ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous.
Holy fuck.
Also, Neely, that was just a weird
I'm
comment.
destroying this thing
I'm sorry,
now.
what am I trying to do? I'm trying to do it.
Okay.
Anyways, guys, real quick, if you are new, feel free to hit that follow, hit that subscribe button, depending on which platform you are. I'm a little bit over my time, so I am going to go ahead and end for the night.
This fucking
Y'all have a
sucks.
great rest of your evening. Don't do anything I wouldn't do. Also, I may come right back on TikTok or keep you guys up here because I need to figure out what the fuck my sound is doing. So I'll be right back, guys, on TikTok. For everyone else, bye, guys. Sorry for making fun of somebody because they said stupid shit and then claimed to be an attorney.
Fucking put it this way, then I don't give a shit.
Something feels different. They're a monster.
If the strain has 8 benefits in one, does that make us personality hires?
On the outskirts of Alexandria, once ancient Egypt's greatest metropolis,
They are several possible tools.
archaeologists search for bodies. Any clue could shed light on how an ancient megacity vanished almost entirely
This is the moment of truth. Now we're going to lift the blow. Wow!
Alexandria, a city of legend with a history stretching back more than 2,000 years to the era of Egypt's final pharaohs. Once ancient Egypt's greatest metropolis, today little is known about the lives and deaths of its earliest inhabitants. Now, archaeologists are finding new ways to get under the city's skin, to discover how Alexandria was born from almost nothing and then disappeared into new oblivion. 30 miles west of the city center, at Taposiris Magna, Dominican archaeologist Kathleen Martinez is in her 15th season of excavations, trying to unlock Alexandria's secrets.
Ancient Alexandria was the center, the cultural and intellectual center of the world during that time.
Kathleen believes you can't understand a city until you understand its people. Taposiris' ancient temple complex is a key place to find evidence of ordinary life in Alexandria.
There's not much written about that time. It's actually almost 30 years. This site, from our point of view, one of the most important sites that show us
Jeez, so many little pieces that didn't get on there. What the fuck? Why there's so many pieces?
Burial ground, not far from the temple walls. She believes any bodies in these shallow graves could help her uncover the clues.
They gave me extra pieces.
We need to choose among the graves here.
The cemetery contains dozens of graves, but many have been robbed or destroyed by 2,000 years of storms. This season, Kathleen has found a collection of burials that may have escaped the ravages of weather and greed.
I think this one will see if we're lucky. I think so. We really like it.
Kathleen believes ordinary Alexandrians have good reason to be buried close to this temple. Taposiris Magna wasn't just a religious site, it was a multi-purpose harbour. Positioned strategically on the coast just west of Alexandria, the temple at Taposiris Magna was a prime point of access to Mediterranean trade. An 1,800-yard-long causeway gave the temple access to the sea, providing a place for the city's pilgrims and merchants to mingle with traders. Inside, priests conducted religious ceremonies, ministering to the needs of Alexandria's dead. But they also oversaw trade across the city, making Taposiris Magna a hive of activity for Alexandria's ordinary folk. Archaeologist Linda Shattle has helped Kathleen uncover more than 100 tombs in the necropolis. Her experience tells her this one could hold precious clues to how Alexandria lived.
There's this and that and that. Oh my god, my back's killing me.
Finding an intact plaster ceiling is a good sign. It's the first thing tomb raiders would break when robbing a grave. It suggests there may still be a body inside.
It doesn't matter if it's small. Usually the smaller tomb gives us more information than the big one.
Kathleen needs to prise open the seal. But you can't just start digging if the grave contains human remains. She needs to bring in an expert tube excavator. In downtown Alexandria, Egyptologist Arto Belladani has come to investigate the origins of this ancient megacity. He begins at one of Alexandria's last remaining ancient sites, the Serapeum.
Look at this place. I mean, everything is truly on a magnificent scale. You can tell that this place was a very significant site.
Built in the 3rd century BC, this temple is one of very few ancient structures not covered by the modern metropolis. The temple's tallest monument is known as Pompey's Pillar.
This was in fact a much later Roman period addition to the city of Alexandria's skyline. But what is interesting is that block down here, it's very clearly some kind of reused element from something else that's been incorporated into the construction of the base.
The otherwise plain black granite block contains inscriptions that suggest it was once part of an earlier pre-Roman structure, when Alexandria was capital of Egypt.
Look at that, there's Greek writing on it. This is a dedication by, it's a little unclear, but here it very clearly says Alexandrian. So although Alexandria was the capital of Egypt, what we have here is Greek writing, Greek dedications. It was very much also a Greek city.
The Serapeum, with its pillared temple and colonnades, is a clue to Alexandria's heritage. The vast ancient city looks far more Greek than Egyptian.
Enforcer, and I'm accompanied by Enforcer Matt. And good evening, folks. This is Enforcer Matt, and welcome back to day 1531 of the War News Stream. And we have very big news. As y'all might tell, we are on a super early today, still drinking coffee, and we are seeing right now that there's a major situation happening at this very moment. The war is basically restarted as of this hour. So we're seeing Iran launch missiles at U.S. warships in the Strait of Hormuz. That's happening just about an hour ago. We've also seen that the Gulf states are currently under attack by RGC forces. We're hearing missile explosions in Abu Dhabi and in the UAE as well. And we're also seeing that several cargo ships are on fire in the Persian Gulf. And right now, it's a bit of a crazy situation. So we're trying to follow it live, but it's a major breaking news. And it's good to see you all once again.
And of course, we're going to be covering this breaking news stream at this moment right now, as we have had breaking news emerge from the Middle East over the past few hours that the Islamic Republic of Iran has begun full-blown attacks against the United States Navy's blockade near the entrance of the Gulf of Oman. And we've got additional reports that several commercial vessels have been hit and heavily damaged within the area of the Strait of Hormuz. At this moment right now, the Islamic Republic of Iran is launching significant rocket and missile attacks against the United Arab Emirates, striking hits inside of the port of Fujairah and causing a major fire at the oil facility on the eastern coast of the United Arab Emirates. Meanwhile, the United Arab Emirates has already announced that they have a right to respond and are possibly preparing a military strike package against the Islamic Republic of Iran as we speak at this moment. The state of Israel has also pledged that they will be conducting military action against the Islamic Republic of Iran due to their unsolicited and illegal acts of aggression against the United Arab Emirates and the United States Navy over the course of this morning. The Islamic Republic of Iran has also confirmed that they have fired anti-ship missiles at the United States Navy's forces near to the area of the Iranian coastline and the Gulf of Oman, and have pledged that they will continue to conduct this action until they break the U.S. blockade. Currently, the U.S. CENTCOM commander, Admiral Brad Cooper, has confirmed that the United States Navy has come under fire by Iranian anti-ship missiles and is stating that while it is unclear whether the ceasefire has finally been broken, the United States Navy will be engaging any forces that are already firing upon them. And reports have already emerged that around 6 IRGC fast attack boats have possibly been hit and destroyed within the area of the Strait of Hormuz. Outside of that, there's been some more murky information that has surrounded the Strait of Hormuz this morning, as there has been an unverified claim that 2 U.S. merchant ships flagged out of the United States of America have somehow been able to transit the Strait of Hormuz this morning, and CENTCOM is also stating that they have somehow demined a passage through the minefield in the Strait of Hormuz, although we do not have enough proof or corroboration of that fact at this moment. We're still trying to see whether that is an actual claim that is verified or not. Still, the situation is evolving rapidly as we speak, and we are currently watching breaking news developing on air right now, and we're also going to be guiding you all through the past few hours, instrumental hours, and how the rest of this week is going to be unfolding, as this most likely will be returning the United States and Iran back into a full-blown war, going to blows with each other around this area. Before we move on into what's happened over the past few hours, we have breaking news coming out at this moment. Matthew, what do we got?
Okay, so right now we're seeing that the UAE is currently under an active attack right now. Like I mentioned just a moment ago, Abu Dhabi has been experiencing some form of explosions. And this is apparently the second attack of the morning by Iran on the UAE. And right now we're seeing a NOTAM over pretty much the entirety of the United Arab Emirates.
I'm working on this. I got a live stream going. The camera's facing the desk, so it's not in the room. Just heads up.
It looks like they're going to different airports.
Yeah, it's here. Check this out. Just yeah. So I'm just making the stand right now. Yeah. So I think I don't know. I'll probably have time to start on the vessel there. This one's worked out pretty good. Only had to glue one thing. No, I think I'll be busy with other shit. I just needed a break. I'm fucking tired.
Right now at this hour, but that is the breaking news as of right this second.
That's what they're there for.
And we will be, of course, covering the prior stories that have already happened over the past few hours as breaking news continues to emerge from the region. To give a recap to everyone who is joining right now, as it is very early on the stream, I want people to get a good idea of what's actually going on right now in real time. Right now in real time, we understand that there are some anti-ship actions that are being taken by the Iranians against the United States Navy. And we also been able to hear additionally that there is possibly some sort of a battle or smaller attacks going on within the Strait of Hormuz against merchant ships or possibly U.S. warships that are somehow within the area. We also know that there are ongoing missile attacks against the United Arab Emirates at this moment right now. We are still trying to gather
information and break it to you all live over those 3 stories that are happening in real time as we are live on air. But we're also going to be covering all of the major news that has come out just a few hours before this, as there are significant developments that are crucial to what's happening right now that have happened over just the past few hours. Moving us on and immediately into the most important news of the past few hours, we actually have more breaking news coming out at this moment. Matthew, what do we got?
Okay, so right now we've just gotten word from Israeli sources right now that apparently Israeli security officials say that the situation with Iran could deteriorate rapidly, even within a matter of hours. So that's what Israel's saying. According to what I've heard so far, the Israelis are simply waiting on the green light from the U.S. officials to launch counterattacks on Iran, at least right now. And it sounds like the U.S. is not giving that green light. So we'll go over the post here in just a second from the U.S. president. But, I mean, obviously, this is an act of war by Iran. Iran has once again resumed attacking the U.S. warships. They're now attacking the UAE, and they're also going to be attacking probably the rest of the Gulf states very soon. But we've seen a very strange, kind of disjointed response from U.S. officials, and I think Israel is chomping at the bits to go attack Iran, but the U.S. is not so eager to get back to it, looks like. So we're trying to see what they're going to do about that. But Israel wants to go, and right now they're waiting on the green light.
And it certainly does appear that Israel is ready to go back to war. They've been ready to go back to war ever since the shooting ended several weeks ago. But to give you all an understanding or an idea of how confused the U.S. position currently is at the moment, the President of the United States said in an interview this morning that if the Iranians fired upon a U.S. warship, it was going to be the end of the world for them, and that we were going to level their entire country. And that was said minutes after a U.S. warship had already been targeted and attacked by anti-ship missile attacks by the Islamic Republic of Iran, meaning that the statement was saying if it happens, it had already had happened by the time that statement was made. And we've seen that since then, the U.S. government hasn't really appeared to be that unified or at least organized or understanding what path they would be taking in response to the Iranian attacks that are happening right now. We're still waiting to see some form of an official response outside of U.S. Central Command, which is directly dealing with the situation, to be able to understand where the U.S. is going to be going with this larger situation that's currently developing right now. But getting us on into the stories that we have been able to hear just hours before that have led us into where we are right now, and to let y'all know what exactly is going on in the current breaking news stories that we're seeing, the Islamic Republic of Iran did announce that they hit a U.S. patrol boat earlier in the morning. And once again, I want to say this is the Iranian claim, and the Iranians claim everything under the sun whenever they start shooting at anyone. So they may have not hit anything, but this was the statement by the Islamic Republic of Iran or a news agency earlier in the morning. 2 missiles hit an American patrol boat following disregard of Iran's warning. According to their statements, they state the American patrol boat was unable to continue its route due to the hits and was forced to retreat and flee the area. We have not gotten any reports or confirmation at this moment that a U.S. warship has been hit. We've been able to see that at the moment they have fired upon U.S. warships, and that has been confirmed by CENTCOM Terror Responsibility. But we have seen no general distress calls being given by a U.S. patrol vessel. And not only that, we don't know of any patrol-type vessels that would be within the area. Those U.S. warships that are near to the entrance of the Gulf of Oman right now are early bird guided missile destroyers, which certainly do not fall under the realm of a patrol boat. Those are destroyers, which is an entirely different classification of ship. We also have some littoral combat ships in the area, but once again, those are not patrol ships. So we don't know what the hell the Iranians are even talking about at the moment that they hit. They might have blown up one of their own boats on accident and thought that it was an American one, considering that it apparently matched the description of a smaller patrol vessel. We did get to see, however, that they did show footage of them firing anti-ship missiles at the United States Navy, including in this clip here where the larger surrounding was heavily censored. But we did get to see the anti-ship missiles being fired at the United States Navy earlier this morning. You know, see, those are exposed. All those missile launchers are exposed. And look, they're sitting on the top of the land. That's right, it looks like right off the coast right there. So that's a little bit fascinating because I thought the U.S. had taken out all their TEL launchers on the coast, is what we were told before, but that looks like it's on the coast, and they're launching into the strait. Well, they took out all the TEL launchers for Iran's conventional ballistic and cruise missiles that were firing at our allies, but we never really targeted or hit, from what we know, a large amount of the anti-ship missile transporter reactor launchers that were based here to the coastline, which is also why I've been saying for weeks that it is as simple as goading them into opening fire because they have to come out to the open, like you see with this clip right there, and then destroying them while they're preparing to fire. Most of these anti-ship missile transport understand that once they fire, they retreat into some sort of a hardened shelter, some sort of a tunnel complex or whatnot, so that way they can then rearm their anti-ship vessels and then go back out into the open once they're ready to a pre-designated firing position, fire another volley of anti-ship missiles, and then they all go racing back to the shelter of the tunnel. Meaning that for the brief moment that a lot of these anti-ship missile systems are attempting to target and fire at U.S. warships, they would be exposed and in the wide open to U.S. attacks for the larger part, and only a few facilities actually fall under the criteria of being a hardened coastal defense battery that is fixed in position and would be hard to destroy by guided ordnance or some form of a bunker buster. Very few of them fall under that description. Most of them are actually mobile anti-ship launchers like these right here that actually have to move into the wide open and into vulnerability to be able to try and launch their strikes against U.S. vessels. But moving us on from that clip right there, we also got additional clips showing more launches by the Islamic Republic of Iran against U.S. forces, including this one right here, which appears to be some form of a missile arrest. We're not entirely sure how in the world that one falls into the category of a U.S. vessel. Usually being used for large grid saturation, artillery barrages, so we don't really know what was going on with that one. But we can confirm by this footage and generally the Iranian reports that they had tried to fire at a U.S. ship, but we can't confirm whether they hit one or not. In the meantime, however, we did get confirmation that anti-ship missiles were in fact used to be able to try and target commercial and U.S. military vessels over just the past few hours, quite literally over just the last hour. We also were able to hear that the CENTCOM commander, Admiral Brad Cooper, did confirm in a call to reporters that the Islamic Republic of Iran has opened fire on U.S. warships and commercial vessels today, but declined to say whether it was fire between the U.S. and Iran. So the U.S. forces did return fire as a personal engagement, or did not fire unless being fired upon, and only fire the absolute amount of munitions necessary to deal with or turn away or destroy the threat that is being posed to U.S. forces within the area. There was also a report from the CENTCOM commander that several Iranian small boats were destroyed. Now we've heard that that's been to the tune of about 6 fast attack boats, which may have been destroyed at some point today near to the Strait of Hormuz or along the coastline of Iran within the Gulf of Oman.
Shit.
We also were able to hear once again that the Iranians had targeted U.S. warships within the area and were believing that they were most likely attempting to launch attacks against the early bird guided missile destroyers that are currently attempting to conduct the ongoing blockade around the entrance and exit of the Gulf of Oman. This gives us the larger picture of what happened just a couple of hours ago that has led to the firestorms that have gone within the area of the Strait of Hormuz and also over the United Arab Emirates at this moment right now. Not long after the reports came out that U.S. warships were under fire near the entrance of the Gulf of Oman, additional reports came out showing that several vessels had been targeted and hit, merchant ships that is, around the area of the Strait of Hormuz. Currently, we have been able to hear information that a South Korean vessel was reportedly targeted by Iranian forces near the Strait of Hormuz, but no casualties were reported on the ship. We also were able to hear another piece of information that another ship was burning and on fire off the coast of the United Arab Emirates, with footage right here showing what appears to be a direct impact on a container ship, possibly near to the front of the vessel, and it appears that the fire was raging within the containers or somewhere around that area of the ship.
So I take this piece of footage right here with a grain of salt. I saw this earlier, but the odds of this being possibly a recycled video that's maybe accidentally being reposted as a new one is very high on that one. I saw it, but I didn't repost it earlier for that exact reason. So take that one with a grain of salt.
Got you. So we will be taking that one with a grain of salt. But we did get a UKMTO report giving us the following information. UKMTO has received a report of an incident 36 nautical miles north of Dubai in the United Arab Emirates. The cargo vessel reported a fire in the engine room. The cause of the fire is unknown at this time, but all crew are safe and accounted for, and authorities are investigating. We also got additional information closer to the Strait of Hormuz that the Iranians have now declared a new control zone for their blockade. These red lines here, denoted on the map, are now the new area the Iranians are claiming that they have direct control over. And the Iranians are now claiming that any ships that are found within the barrier line inside of the Strait of Hormuz, meaning north of these lines, will be targeted and fired upon by Iranian forces, and they will not be allowing any vessels of any type to be within this area. This is already going to be causing some issues, as there are large anchorages just off the coast near Corfu Khan and also within the middle of this area as well, which are currently sitting in waiting transit. And you can also see that already a large amount of ships are packing up and moving further west, deeper into the Persian Gulf at this moment right now, after the attacks of the Iranians already caused them some ships that were sitting within this anchorage in the morning during the opening attacks by the Iranians. We actually have more breaking news coming out of this moment right now. And Matthew, what do we got?
Okay, so we have some breaking news right now from a mainstream news reporter, it looks like. They're saying that the commander of CENTCOM is saying that more commercial ships are currently on route to travel across the Strait of Hormuz after allegedly 2 U.S. flagged vessels successfully went out of the strait. But I will say this, put a damper on the whole thing, but we have not seen transponder data yet to show that 2 of those vessels have gotten through the strait. So it's very possible they're telling the truth about that, but we prefer to see the proof of it before.
This aircraft carrier is gonna be fucking nuts. Oh yeah, what's that? I know, isn't it? Remarkable. Thank you.
Don't tell the enemy you know what they've been able to achieve. So we don't know how many ships have been hit in Hormuz. It sounds like a good number might have been hit, but the military's keeping that secret right now. So that's a bit concerning to say the least. We did see that South Korean vessel got hit. That one was hit in the Strait of Hormuz. And now it appears like there's more trying to basically cover it up to a large degree. So just a very odd circumstance. Also, by the way, the fog in this situation is unbelievable. The amount of fog of war in this situation. The military's covering stuff up. Iran's lying. You got the transponder data not very reliable right now. It's just a free-for-all guessing what's happened at this point.
Man, what a goofy statement. You don't want to let the enemy know what we know. Meanwhile, every ship that's been hit is putting out a public distress signal right now. And also on top of that, the area is so small, the Iranians can literally whip out a pair of field binoculars and literally look into the strait at the ships they hit, because it's such a small area that they have a field view of the entire thing. It's like that statement doesn't really stand up too well.
And also, apparently, the U.S. warships went through the Strait of Hormuz earlier today, but then after they went through, they simply started calling the companies, the shipping companies, up on the phone and saying, hey, look, guys, we just went through, send your ships through. So some of the commercial shipping companies sent their ships through, and then they got hit by the Iranians. That's where some of these missile attacks came from. So apparently, it's just hopes and wishes. That's what the military is sending out. That's what the U.S. administration is sending out to these companies. They're basically saying, look, we went through, you go through next. Here's the difference, though. A cargo ship's not armed with weapons. The U.S. warships were armed with weapons, so that's a big difference. When Iran fires missiles at a warship, they can shoot them down. When a missile's fired at a cargo ship, you can't. I mean, they get hit, and that's the end of it. So, hopes and dreams don't really work when it comes to cargo ships.
Do we actually know if U.S. warships made it through the Strait of Hormuz today?
We can't independently verify anything. We're taking CENTCOM's word for it.
Because there's some issues with that, folks. Because I was doing a little bit of research after the stream last night on the minefields that exist in the Strait of Hormuz. And I once again want to remind everyone here, just for a minute, that it was just 2 days ago that we watched a giant Iranian fast attack boat swarm of about 80 boats go back into the Strait of Hormuz and laid probably about another 80 to 160 mines in one fell swoop over the entirety of the area of the minefield. The U.S. is claiming that the area has been demined and there's now a little shipping lane through the middle of the minefield. The problem with that is that somehow the U.S. would have had to have been able to go into the minefield within the last 48 hours and completely clear out about a 50 nautical mile stretch, probably a nautical mile or 2 nautical miles wide, to be able to say that we've cleared out a shipping lane within the Strait of Hormuz. And that amount of time, considering that the Department of Defense has already briefed the Congress that it would take 6 months to clear out the entire minefield, the idea of clearing out a single one-way shipping lane through the Strait of Hormuz in just 48 hours seems to be a little bit unrealistic to me. And the other issue is, folks, is that I did look into this as well, as many people have been talking about anti-mine countermeasures by U.S. warships. The U.S. warships in the modern day do have some form of degaussing capabilities and technology on board, which demagnetizes the hulls so magnetic mines don't stick to them. But modern Iranian mines are magnetic and acoustic, meaning that they can listen to the propeller profiles and the sounds of them in the water and start to float towards the sound of a propeller shaft that's vibrating nearby and then cling onto the hull and then explode either instantaneously or later, depending on the timing of the fuse. So that means that U.S. warships would not be able to go through the Strait of Hormuz at full speed because while the mines might not be able to magnetically detect the vessels, they would be able to detect them acoustically, meaning that they would still be able to target them. Either that or the screws of the vessel, which are the propellers, would have to be spinning at such a slow rotation that they're not causing cavitation or any acoustic profile, which would then lead to the vessel moving at an incredibly slow rate of speed and taking an incredibly long time to be able to make it through the Strait of Hormuz or the minefield. So I'm not saying that CENTCOM is lying, but I'm saying that the story requires a little bit more information for us to independently verify, because there's a lot of gaps in the story right now that we really can't account for as to how U.S. warships made it to the other side of the strait and then back. Because the way CENTCOM keeps reporting it, they keep reporting it as if there is no issue to be able to pass through the strait. And if that's the case, why aren't they following out the merchant ships they're telling to go into the gauntlet and just defend them, since it's so easy to keep passing in and out every day?
Yeah, that's a big problem. I mean, on its face, it seems a little bit sketchy because if the U.S. warships actually went through the Strait of Hormuz and then the Iranians fired missiles at the ships and then they were able to somehow defend the U.S. warships with, anti-missile defenses, I mean, that doesn't look good for the commercial ships because, I mean, they're going to come up behind the warships and they're obviously going to get fired at. The Iranians were firing at the warships and they're definitely going to fire at the commercial vessels. So, I mean, that's problematic on its face.
Yeah, I would have to say also another thing is with how small this area is, say that these ships are going through the toll booth and they're just south of Iraq. If an Arleigh Burke was sitting right where this marker is, they would be only 30 miles away from that ship, and that ship would then be about 30 miles away from an Iranian anti-ship battery or any sort of threat that would be firing at them. A U.S. warship would easily be able to detect that incoming threat on an air search radar or a surface search radar, depending on the type of threat, and engage and destroy it before it was able to hit that ship. That's why I'm saying that it's highly unlikely that U.S. warships just waltzed right through the strait today into the Persian Gulf and are just hanging out there right now, because nothing about the story afterwards, or even the story of how they got there, is adding up, and nothing about them being there right now is adding up either, because if they're there, why are they sitting aside just watching merchant ships that they're telling to sail into the strait get blown up without attempting to even defend them? That just doesn't really add up and make any sense.
Yeah, it's a little bit problematic with the story right there. Also, one side note, by the way, we saw two different versions of the story come out earlier, and it seems like there's a little bit of a discrepancy. It may be nothing, but just to point this out, the U.S. president said in a Truth Social post that we'll get to here shortly that 7 of the apparently fast attack boats, were destroyed. That's what he said in the Truth Social post. But then the CENTCOM commander said 6 of them were destroyed. So they really don't have their numbers straight. So I'm not sure if maybe that's just a glitch, maybe it's an error and they typed the wrong number or something, or their story doesn't match up, one or the other. But I caught that earlier and I was thinking, that's kind of weird. Why would they say 7 and then the other guy said 6? It seems like they would have the numbers straight, but apparently they don't.
Yeah, it does appear that that's a little interesting as well. We also were able to see the myriad of UKMTO reports that came out here as well. And just to list off the 3 incidents that we know of right now, one of them directly west of Dubai, one of them more towards the area of, I believe it's called Ras Al Khaimah, which you can see right here. And we also have another report that was just directly north of the Omani coast near Kuzmar. Here are the 3 reports that we've had as of late, starting with the first and then moving our way on down to the bottom. The UKMTO received a report of an incident 78 nautical miles north of Fujairah, United Arab Emirates. The tanker reported being hit by unknown projectiles. The second report was that the UKMTO has received a report of an incident 36 nautical miles north of Dubai in the United Arab Emirates. The cargo vessel reported a fire in the engine. The cause of the fire is unknown.
Little bitty itty bitty pieces.
Where the fuck are you? 14 nautical miles west of Zakir, the United Arab Emirates. UKMTO received information from a third party that a vessel was on fire and requesting vessels in the vicinity to keep a safe distance from them. The cause of fire has not been verified at this time. We're largely believing that the 2 incidents that have not been verified are most likely direct hits on the vessel by Iranian forces, but we're still waiting for confirmation on that one at the moment. It also appears that according to some information that CENTCOM was able to release to insider paper, CENTCOM is reporting that they actually blew up the 6 small fast attack boats in the Strait of Hormuz using H-64 Apaches and H-60 Seahawk helicopters, most likely using the AGM-114 Hellfire. Once again, lining up with my exact analysis that could easily be done and used to blow up the boats without posing any threat to the helicopters. But we actually have breaking news coming out of this moment. development right now. And Matthew, what do we got?
Okay, so go to Flight Radar 24 real quick and go check out what's happening right now near the UAE. It looks like there's about 16 U.S. Air Force tankers active in that area, which is a hell of a lot, by the way. Let's see if we get that military filter. Yeah, a whole lot right there. Look at that. That's a ton. That's actually more than we saw during Operation Epic Fury, like when they were launching, missile attacks with fighter jets on Iran. This is a hell of a lot of tankers around the area. It's believed that some of these tankers are supporting helicopter operations in the Persian Gulf because apparently that's what's taking out the fast attack boats. There's apparently some helicopters hanging out there, and I'll tell you all the model of helicopter. It's apparently the Apaches and SH-60 Seahawk helicopters that are currently operating over the Persian Gulf, and they're taking out the fast attack boats that Iran keeps sending out. So far, only 6 of them have been taken out, or 7, depending on who you believe, and that's what the situation is. So that appears to be what they're supporting, but this is a lot of aircraft right here. This might be supporting more than just helicopters. It could be maybe something else. Also, of course, you're saying they can't refuel those types, so they can't actually service helicopters at all, you're saying?
No, it's just that those specific variants of helicopters don't have any aerial refueling capabilities. They don't have an aerial refueling boom. So these are basically operators of some sort.
Interesting, Seth. So that takes away that element. So in that case, then maybe they're planning on possibly sending fighter jets into Iran soon. Maybe they're supporting fighter jet operations, perhaps. But that's a hell of a lot. I mean, that's a lot right there. It's more we saw previously during the attacks.
Yeah, it's a huge number. The issue right now with that analysis is that an AH-64 Apache, neither the SH-60 Seahawk have any form of aerial refueling booms like you would see on some other specialized variants of helicopters like the CH-47G. And just to show you all here the difference and explain why these can be used for helicopters, the CH-47G is specially outfitted with that large boom at the front of the helicopter that actually has a refueling probe built into it. And this allows it to refuel from slower aerial tankers like C-130 variants that are actually able to extend the range of the helicopter and allow it to stay in air for a longer duration of time or cover a greater range. The AH-64 Apaches are not built, as I know, of any variant with any form of an aerial refueling boom, and neither is the SH-60. This means that these Apaches are most likely operating from some point-based location inside the United Arab Emirates, where they're taking off from an Army helipad and then moving on towards the Strait of Hormuz, firing off their Hellfighters, loitering within the area, and then returning back to the field to be able to refuel, rearm, possibly exchange crews, and then send the helicopter back out there to be able to continue operations. The Seahawks are most likely being launched from some U.S. naval vessel within the area, and that does appear to be some information that we're getting at this time. Also, Matthew, you're saying a Seahawk can be which variant, though?
It's the, I think they're saying, let me go back and grab it real quick. I had it pulled up, but I deleted it. Let's see here. So apparently it's the MH-60 Seahawk that can be refueled in air, apparently, during flight.
Let's see. I believe that's a Jayhawk. I don't think like a Seahawk can do that. Let me see here. Yeah, so this would be like a Coast Guard helicopter, apparently, from what I'm able to
They're showing on the site I'm looking at that it's showing a military helicopter. So, I mean, it's a 50-50 chance that the Seahawk can be refueled. I mean, even if putting this whole issue, putting that whole issue aside right there, even if these helicopters are being refueled, that would not explain the massive refueler presence we're seeing right now, because there's not that many Seahawks in the sky to warrant this many refueling aircraft running around. This is probably something else, I'd imagine, probably supporting fixed wing. I see some people saying recon drones. That could be part of it as well, or it could be fighter jets in the area, because I would imagine that the UAE and the Gulf states, they probably want some assistance because they're getting hit with missiles, and they probably want some in-air help to shoot these things down. So it could be fighter jets for air defense support.
It most likely is fighter jets. What these sorts of would be able to assist with. And if we see any of them actually in orbit right now, which we're trying to check on right now, it looks like this one's in orbit at a speed of 310 knots at an altitude of 22,000 feet. And if this thing is in a continued orbit, it's most likely refueling aircraft at this moment right now. And that means that now it appears that its ground speed is fluctuating heavily between 340 to 150 knots. If we were to spitball that somewhere in the middle, that would be about 250. And that would be about the speed needed to refuel any form of a fixed-wing combat aircraft, and also helicopters wouldn't be able to travel at that speed and altitude. So incredibly large number of fixed-wing aircraft are currently within the area. They may be a multitude of include the F-35s, the F-22s, the F-15s, the F-16s, or the F-18s, which are all present and operational within the area. And any one or any number of these different forms of airframes could be in the skies right now, preparing some form of an air defense perimeter around the area and attempting to bolster and support the United Arab Emirates air defenses on the ground, which are currently attempting to shoot down further incoming Iranian attacks at this moment right now. A lot of people are actually talking at this very moment about the situation with the U.S. warships and the attacks that were conducted just about 2 hours ago at this point on them by the Islamic Republic of Iran's guided anti-ship missile forces. And Mandy, what are people thinking about this right now, and what are you thinking about it as well?
Okay, so here's the question in the poll that we asked the audience. We said U.S. warships were targeted by Iranian cruise missiles hours ago, and that is confirmed, by the way. That's not just a rumor. That's actually being confirmed by the military. Iran did fire missiles at our ships, and the damage is unknown. I believe CENTCOM is saying that they successfully defended against it, but some people are calling that into question. Right now, we have not gotten any more information about it, and we're simply relying on the CENTCOM information that they're putting out officially to go off of right now. So what are your thoughts? 59% said the warships probably defended themselves just fine. They probably did not take a hit. 20% said the warships were probably damaged, and 13% said it's a 50-50 chance of either. So I would say that the warships are probably fine. These were missiles that were fired at the ships, and they were able to defend against the missiles pretty well. That's not an issue. The problem that the warships are going to run into is defending against drones. Those are sea drones, aerial drones, etc. That's where there's a gap. But we have not heard of Iran firing those weapons at the ships yet. So I would say, I'm with the 59%, the warships probably are fine, and missiles, that's something well within the range of being able to handle. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would say they're most likely able to easily handle it and shoot them down. We do know that the Iranians have a variety of anti-ship missiles that they can use, but most of them are incredibly similar in capability to the Abdulmadi design of cruise missile or anti-ship missile, which you can see right here. Most anti-ship missiles of modern day are fairly analogous to the design and operation, and most, if not all of them, are going to be subsonic, meaning that they're traveling at a top speed of around 670 to 700 miles an hour. Most U.S. warships have been purpose-built and designed over the decades to be able to deal with a specific type of threat, as it was the primary threat for the U.S. Navy during the missile age and also during the modern drone age. This is still the main threat that U.S. warships have been designed to deal with. This means that while the Iranians have fired anti-ship missiles at the United States Navy is most likely able to avoid these attacks and shoot down the incoming anti-ship missiles before they even get to the second or last air defense perimeter of the warship, meaning that they were most likely intercepted a good ways out. That is, however, entirely relying on the fact that how close the U.S. warship was to the point of firing along the Iranian coastline. In my current assumptions right now, I'm assuming that the U.S. warships were somewhere around their staging area, which we were able to confirm some time ago, which would be just off the coast of Oman within this area. If an anti-ship missile was fired at a warship within that area, that is a travel distance of 160 miles, meaning that they would actually be able to intercept that anti-ship missile and shoot it down well in the first line of defense with their long-range air defense missiles like the SM-2 or the SM-3. They may have had to shoot it down with their medium-range air defense systems on board the ship, although that's highly unlikely considering that most times these days, the interceptions are successful within the first air defense perimeter of the vessel, which uses the longest range version of their air defenses. So we're generally assuming that they would have been shot down, but if the vessel was a lot closer to the coast, there is a possibility or an increasing percentage likelihood that the vessel may have actually taken at least one or two direct hits by Iranian anti-ship missile batteries on shore, because once again, to remind everyone, the closer that a ship is to the incoming threat, the less amount of time that they have to react, the less layers of air defense they have to be able to successfully shoot down the incoming missile, and that also increases the percentage likelihood that the ship could be hit and damaged or destroyed by an anti-ship missile or other form of ordnance. So generally at the moment, taking the assumptions that I have right now, I'm assuming that they shot down the anti-ship missiles fine. But once again, we're trying to get more information on that scenario to be able to see how far away the U.S. warship was, how many missiles were fired, and what the air defense scenario looked like if we ever get that information. But moving us on out of that report, and that poll right there, we've also been able to get some more significant news out of the United Arab Emirates at this moment, which is still an ongoing significant development that we're trying to make sure that we cover and keep updated on air as much as we often can. Within the area of the United Arab Emirates, several attacks have occurred, and the United Arab Emirates has now declared a NOTAM, or a notice to airmen, over the entirety of the northern area of the United airliners which may be airborne and operational in the area. If we take a look at all the passenger aircraft that are here right now, we can see the flights are continuing out of Abu Dhabi and Dubai, but it also appears that there has been some holes where they're trying to rush the landings and takeoffs to be able to try and clear out the airspace as quickly as they can. We also understand that there has been several missile alerts that have been issued over the course of the past few hours, including this one here. This was the first missile threat of the day, and the United Arab Emirates government did request all civilians to seek a safe location to be able to try and wait out the incoming missile attack. A second one was also issued as well, just a little bit after that, confirming that several waves of Iranian missiles are hit the country. We have also been able to hear that the United Arab Emirates government has announced that they have a right to respond, and this statement here does confirm that the UAE is reserving a full legitimate right to respond to Iranian missile and drone attacks over the course of this day, possibly suggesting that the United Arab Emirates may commence military operations against the Islamic Republic of Iran for their unsolicited attacks against the United Arab Emirates over the course of this day. We've also been able to hear additional information of incoming UAE missile threats once more, with video and picture evidence showing over the area of Dubai that missile interceptors, most likely Patriots, were being fired over the city of Dubai to be able to intercept and shoot down the incoming Iranian ballistic missiles that were being fired at this time just earlier today. We also were able to see that some of these missiles, unfortunately, that were fired by Iran did make their marks and hit within the port of Al Fujairah on the east coast of the UAE, with this first picture here confirming just minutes after the first hit that the port of Fujairah had been hit, and the picture evidence that came out only about 40 minutes to an hour later showed that it had already started to turn into a kindling fire within the oil facility, and is most of the expanding in veracity and also intensity over the minutes that are following right now on air, as this fire is attempting to be controlled, well, is being attempted to be controlled by UAE firefighting forces on the ground, but fires like these are usually quite difficult to control and usually burn until they run out of combustible materials, which would be the oil resources held within the port facility. So it does appear that we are getting that information at this moment right now out of the whole of the United Arab Emirates. Meanwhile, within the area of the Strait of Hormuz, we've also been able to hear of other developments over the course of the day that have been issued by CENTCOM Area Responsibility, the Islamic Republic of Iran, and also the U.S. government at large. According to Also, before we move into that, by the way, we do have a video showing that fire in Fujairah. I'm not sure if you have that one. I don't think you did. There's a video here. I just put it in the likes tab right now, and you can see just how large the fire is. And also, we just got the NASA firm satellite, the fire satellite information, showing how large it is. It's a very large fire. This was a pretty serious hit in Fujairah in the UAE. You said you put it under the likes tab? Yeah, it's under the likes tab. I'm not seeing it at the moment. It might be taking a minute to be able to update that. So let me see if I can. I mean, it's not showing up for me, unfortunately. So I'm going to just press onwards for now until it's been. Scroll down on the Twitter page, the Host of Warfare post. You'll see the video on the Twitter page. Got you. So let me see if I can go find that. Let's see, Ocean Warfare. Trying to look for that here really quickly, folks. And here we are. So here it is. So let me show you this clip right here. You see the sailor is walking up to the front of the vessel and watching as the fire continues to grow in the entire port. We also hear some sort of high-pitched squealing. That's a huge fire right there. Also, by the way, notice this is being filmed from what appears to be a vessel, if I guess. It looks like they're on a vessel filming this, and they sound like, I can't tell what language they're speaking, Thai or something. I can't really tell right off the bat. But the UAE right now is threatening to arrest anybody that films any type of damage in their country, and they'll send you straight to prison for doing that. So that's why we're not seeing too many videos come out from the ground in the UAE, is because of that exact reason. And that is an interesting point to note. We actually don't have a good damage assessment in the UAE at the moment because it is illegal to upload any footage that shows that they've been taking damage or hits. Also, we do have the NASA firm satellite information at the very top of the Twitter page. You can show people just how large the fire is. It's basically showing us what we have in the video, but just to show you the extent of it. And there's the extent of the fire damage right there. It does appear to be largely within the northern area of the facility. So let me quickly get you all here to the gyro and show you all this facility and what appears to be on fire within it at the moment.
So this is the larger area of the Fujairah oil facilities, and we can see that in the satellite photography right here, it appears that this is somewhere within this area, right up here, actually. It's around this area. So if I take a look at this again, this actually doesn't appear to be on an oil facility. Interesting enough, this looks like it may be around the area of the Fujairah power plant. I think it's the oil, man, because I don't think the power plant's gonna burn quite like that. Well, I mean, it might be an oil-fired plant, and it's hitting the oil tanks that fuel the boilers within the power plant. That's like maybe, I don't know, because right here it shows that there's a power plant right here, and it looks like to be some sort of a combined gas cycle power plant. And if it's fueled by gas or oil, they would have to store it somewhere, and these tanks would probably be where that would be. Because this entire facility at the moment looks to be some sort of a power station, and these tanks may be storing the fuel, need to power the boilers to be able to produce the heat, to boil the water and the steam, to spin the turbines to produce electricity on the grid. Because the large oil facility at the actual port, it's down here, and the oil loading ports and whatnot are also here as well. There is nothing like that around this area for a ship to even be able to load up oil from. Yeah, well, all the posters saying that's the Fujairah Oil Industry Zone, the FOIZ. So I'm not sure if that part there with the electrical plant is encompassed within that or not. It might be the whole area, including the electrical spot, is maybe considered that FOIZ. But it could be also multiple hits as well. Like the satellite there with the fire data is showing us one part of it, but there could be another. Because from the video that we just looked at, I mean, that fire is literally right on the water, basically. It's right there at the very edge of it. Now let's see if we can look at that footage again here really quickly and see what we can tell as a landmark. Because geolocating this would be a little bit important at the moment because we don't know exactly what's going on here. Because firms is showing that it looks to be a fire near to a power plant. This doesn't look like the area of a power plant. It almost looks like there's some sort of a loading crane right there off to the left of frame. So there might be several fires that are across the area. Is the firm satellite seems to insistently show that the fire is within the confine of a power plant, and it doesn't. I think it's multiple hits. I think it's just multiple of them. It could be they hit multiple spots on it because we saw several missiles come in earlier that was coming into this location right here. So it's probably just multiple hits, and they probably just aren't showing the spot where the fire is happening in that video. It could be, actually. That might be the case. So we'll have to see firms' updates, but it does appear that there is some sort of a larger fire on the area of a power plant just north of the area of Fujairah right here. As we look at that fire and where it's centered at, it looks like it might be on this outer tank on the northeast side of the facility, and generally actually within the power plant area itself of the gas power plant within this area. Well, let me see here really quickly if we can look at something. Let me see. Okay, so there's a street view here. Maybe we can find something out for this one. Yeah, so this is actually, if this fire is a confirmed one, which it is because of firms, these tanks are actually here to supply fuel to the power plant, which is right over here across the street. Because these tanks here actually say the Fujairah, Asia Power Company. So these are actually here to store fuel for the power plant. So it looks like Iran might be attempting to attack critical infrastructure, not just economic infrastructure within the UAE, and is trying to now knock out power plants inside the country, along with attacking the oil port just a little bit further south in Fujairah port itself. Yeah, and also I did get some clarification on this. We were looking at one part of the firm's data, and there's apparently more fires with firms. I was reposted another one right here. So we are seeing that there is that fire being detected right off the port. Like we see that little splotch right there. It should be popping up here in a second unless Twitter's having problems. See if we repost this time or not. And it looks like Twitter might be having some issues about reposting. But yeah, just totally crapped out on me just right now. So there is some more data, by the way, though. I got to take my word for it. Trust me, bro, on this. We're seeing the fire on the port. We're seeing the fire at the electrical spot. So apparently it was multiple hits from that location from the looks of it. Yeah, it does appear that is the case. But also, I see some people saying it said potable water on the side. It did. That is correct, but there's still a fire reported in this area. So it's either directly from the power plant or maybe some of these other tanks aren't storing water. Maybe they're storing something like fuel for the power plant. I'm not exactly sure, but there's a fire there. And generally, water doesn't burn. So there's something else there other than water that's on fire right now. That's all I know. That's all I'm working off of, folks. Never seen water catch on fire. Kind of beats the whole point of water. But outside of that, we are going to be moving on out of that
tankers in the port of Fujairah, and we've also been able to get some additional news regarding the situation in the Strait of Hormuz and with the Islamic Republic of Iran. According to reports that were issued earlier today by U.S. NAVCEN in CAGS, they stated the conditions for orderly transit of the Strait of Hormuz. Details: the U.S. has established an enhanced security area to support Strait of Hormuz transits south of the traffic separation scheme. The position and area is south of the traffic separation scheme in the Strait of Hormuz. Action: vessels choosing the transit of the Strait of Hormuz should consider routing via Oman territorial waters south of the traffic separation scheme. If they repeat that again, I'm going to have a seizure. Due to anticipated traffic volume, coordination with Oman authorities via VHF Channel 16 is advised to maintain safety of navigation. Transit via or in close proximity to the traffic separation scheme should be considered extremely hazardous due to the presence of mines that have not been surveyed and mitigated. Operators are encouraged to quickly review risk assessments and routing ahead of transit. So according to U.S. NAVCEN, just to make this clear again, folks, U.S. NAVCEN is saying, watch out for mines because they could still be in the area. U.S. CENTCOM saying they cleared out a shipping lane within the minefield and it's all good. These two statements are contradicting each other, which is an issue that we've been having with a lot of military and government statements throughout the day, because this is saying to transit basically skirting the Omani coast, which is just south of the minefield. And then it's saying don't go any further north because you might run into some mines and get blown up. But then that suggests that the U.S. Navy or CENTCOM's commander is falsely stating that the area has been demined and there's a shipping lane through it. Otherwise, they would say, here is the exact geographic parameters of where we cleared out in the minefield that you can sail through. You don't have to skirt around the direct coast of Oman to be able to try and make it through. So once again, we're getting more statements here that are contradicting, kind of what common sense would be, in that the minefield couldn't have been cleared within 48 hours, since the last mine laying that the Iranians have done was just 48 hours ago. So, once again, there's some issues there with the broader, I guess you could say, telling of the story at the moment. We've also been able to hear that oil prices are rising once again, and Brent crude has already skyrocketed back up to $120 per barrel after the UAE announced that Iranian drone attacks had hit one of their petroleum facilities. So it does appear that at the moment, we are starting to get an understanding and an idea here that this little issue or little fracas going on is raising oil prices once again. A lot of people are currently talking about the situation, however, with the United Arab Emirates and whether the UAE is going to physically respond to the attacks by Iran or whether they're going to sit the whole thing out and take it easy again. And Matthew, what are people thinking about this, and what are you thinking about it as well?
Okay, so is the UAE going to finally respond? Because so far, the UAE has held back from launching attacks on Iran during the last COPDEF that we had during the last round of attacks, and it looks like they have not responded yet either. So the Gulf states have generally just sort of been passive. They've been getting hit left and right during these attacks, and they don't do much about it, pretty much ever. So do you think that this attack right now will probably be the final nail in the coffin, and maybe the UAE will get involved? 50% said yes, the UAE will finally fight back. 28% said the UAE will not respond at all. And 16% said it seems like a 50-50 chance. So far, the UAE has issued a statement saying that they reserve the right to respond, but that's not the first time we've heard that, though. I mean, we've heard that before, definitely. They're always reserving rights, but they're never exercising them. Honestly, it sounds like the U.S. Congress these days. They're reserving rights, but not exercising them. So I would say they're probably not going to respond. I'm with the 28%. It seems like they would want to, but they're not going to be responding. I don't think so. They're going to be hoping that the U.S. does something about it, and they don't have to. But enforcer, what say you?
I didn't say that. I'm thinking that the UAE will probably sit back and not respond and just hope that the USA deals with the situation. That's what they did the last time. And I'm having a feeling that they might not change their pattern of behavior this time, because the patterns of behavior by all parties involved has generally not changed at all, even at the moment right now. And I think they'll remain the same, meaning the UAE will hold back and not conduct direct attacks against the Islamic Republic of Iran. But I got to say, folks, there was a real diamond of a comment that I just saw in the chat, and I thought that this one was so interesting. I have to take a moment to address it. Someone in the chat said, well, obviously, we're not going to know the exact location of where they demined the strait, because then that means that the Iranians would know where we've demined the strait. So I've got to ask the question here. I've just got to ask it. So if nobody in the world knows where the safe shipping path through the Strait of Hormuz is that we've demined, what was the point of doing it?
because the whole point of clearing out that path is to be able to get commercial ships through the area without them blowing up from a mine. So if we clear it out and then we don't tell the public where it is, and we don't tell the public is in the commercial ships where it is, and we don't tell anybody where it is, but it's there, what point of what's there in doing that? We're basically saying, okay, well, we finally made it safe to pass, but we're not going to tell anyone how we made it safe. So it's all top secret again. Like, I got to say, folks, the whole push that people keep having of everything's secret because we can't let the Iranians know. I mean, that's getting really stupid, folks. People are hardly thinking with their brains here on this one. The whole point of clearing it out is to let commercial merchant ships know, which is the public, where to go through, where they're not going to get blown up. So what would be the point of clearing that out and then not letting them know where it is? That's like saying, okay, everybody, there's a whole bunch of snipers out there in that tree line. If you walk out there in that field, you're gonna get capped by the snipers. We took out one of them and it's safe out there somewhere, but we're not gonna tell you all where that is. Just go out there and figure it out. Like that basically is leaving them back to square one. They basically just have to sail back into the minefield again. That doesn't make sense. But anyways, moving us on out of that. We've also been able to hear that apparently, according to the United States, 2 U.S. flagged vessels did successfully make it out of the strait this morning, according to Admiral Brad Cooper of CENTCOM Area Responsibility. But when asked how many ships have been hit by Iran, he declined to give a number and stated, "Don't tell the enemy you know that what they've been able to achieve." There we have that. We've also been able to hear as well that the Islamic Republic of Iran has announced that the strait is closed again, and they put out the following VHF announcement this morning to be able to announce the closure.
As a failure of the United States government to fulfill its commitment in the negotiations, Islamic Republic of Iran declares the Strait of Hormuz completely closed again. No vessel of any type or nationality is allowed to pass through the Strait of Hormuz. Any vessel intending to exit the Strait of Hormuz that cross the red line between Sengam Island and Mina Sagat Port, and any vessel intending to enter the Strait of Hormuz that cross the red line between Khor Mubarak and Fujairah Port will be met with a severe response from the IRGC Navy and will be destroyed. This is Sepah Navy. Out.
Man, instructions unclear. I'm plowing through the street. I didn't understand hardly a damn word of that right there. You'll go, you'll go. Can we get this in English? Like, I'm not understanding hardly anything this dude was saying. And that guy said, "This is Iran, the Sepah Navy. Ibi Baba Boo Boo." It's like, okay, thank you, dude. Just really let this go. It's like, is there not anybody who speaks like a clearer, accent of English possibly, where people might be able to possibly actually get the instructions? I mean, if that's the instructions they're giving out, then no wonder there's confusion. I mean, hell, some people might interpret that and say, "Oh, the Iranians said the strait's clear, we're good to go. Let's start moving," and then they got blasted. the Iranian commanders down there, man, they said, "Oh, let's break him, getting our worst English speakers and talk on the radio," and they went, "Really? Hey, Iran, come over here. What do you need?" And they're like, "We need you to send out the message. Can you do that?" "I'm good. I got." Man, it's like, bro, I was like, if I was the captain down there right now in the Persian Gulf and I heard that message come through, I wouldn't know what to think of it, actually, to be honest with you. Well, what did he say? You would have heard after that. This is the motor vessel such and such. Can you repeat that? I missed the whole thing. Like, you're not going to repeat it. But anyways, out of the Strait of Hormuz, that's the current situation that we're seeing right now. And we did get to confirm that around 6 to 4 small attack boats were destroyed, according to CENTCOM Commander Admiral Brad Cooper earlier this morning. Or were they 6 or were they 4? We don't know. We did get confirmation, though, that they were attacked or destroyed by AH-64 Apaches and MH-60 Seahawks. So it does appear that at the moment, the United States of America is using helicopter forces and AGM-114 Hellfires to be able to attack and destroy the boats. So we do understand that, at least at the moment. We've also been able to see that diversions are taking place from away from airports around the area, as we have started to hear that multiple flights that are bound for the area are currently starting to divert to Muscat and Oman amid the reported attacks in the region. We've also been able to hear additional reports that the Bahrainis are now declaring a state of alert, fearing possible attacks by the Iranians. And we've also seen that there were rumors that the Saudi Arabians, the United Arab Emirates, were exerting tremendous pressure on the U.S. to try and continue the war. That was according to Israel, though, so I take it with a grain of salt because they're the ones kind of wanting to, give that to the whole thing. So I think they're trying to set the story up to make it sound like everyone wants to. Maybe they do, maybe they don't. We don't know. But we've also been able to hear as well within the state of Israel that they currently are preparing for a rapid transition to wartime activities against the Iranians again. And according to what we've been able to hear from Walla, I guess Walla Walla, Hala Hala, the IDF is preparing for a rapid transition to a state of war, understanding that only a spark or a misunderstanding between the parties is needed to collapse the ceasefire with the Iranian regime and resume fighting. Simultaneously, thousands of American soldiers and security officials are on standby in Israel. So you have to understand that at the moment the Israelis are getting ready for war once again. We also saw some jets over Jerusalem this morning in this picture. Looks to be a couple of looks to be an F-15 and two F-22s. So might be that at the U.S. Air Force. We've also been able to hear some additional reports from the Israeli government this morning, with the Israeli opposition leader stating that this means war. We've also been able to hear that Israel has announced that they will strike back. As a senior UAE official informed Israel that they do not intend to remain silent about the attacks. The Iranian regime has begun attacking us. We will strike back, and they clarified. That was according to Israel Channel 12. So, once again, kind of take that with a bit of a grain of salt at the moment. But we do understand that is largely the situation at this moment within the area of the Middle East, and we're still waiting for more breaking news to happen at this moment right now. A lot of people are talking about whether or not the U.S. is going to fail to respond to Iran's new acts of aggression, and what would happen if that was the case. And Matthew, what are people thinking about that? What do you think about that as well?
Okay, so also, have we gone over the president's post, that Truth Social post they put out? Have we gone over that yet?
I don't think so.
So let's go over that first, because we need to go over what the U.S. position is right now, politically speaking, before we get to the poll. It should be on the Twitter page. Let me see here. It should be. Let me go grab it real quick. Here we go. It should be on the likes tab. Go check the likes tab. It should be there.
Gotcha. Oh, here we are.
All right, so I'll read off what the president said. This is a Truth Social post that he made about an hour ago. He said, Iran has taken some shots at unrelated nations with respect to the ship movement, Project Freedom, including a South Korean cargo ship. Perhaps it's time for South Korea to come and join the mission. We've shot down several small boats, or as they like to call them, fast boats. It's all they have left, he says. Other than the South Korean ship, there's been, at this moment, no damage going through the strait. We'll get to that in a minute. But he said that Secretary of War Pete Hegseth and Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff Dan Kane will be holding a press conference tomorrow. Thank you for your attention to the matter. So that's what he said right here in his Truth Social post. Now, here's one thing I want to point out. It says no damage going through the strait, but I thought the ships were damaged as they were trying to transit through the Strait of Hormuz. I thought that's what happened. So I'm not sure what he's saying here by saying there was no damage going through the strait. That seems to imply that the ships were attacked before they even entered the Strait of Hormuz, which is even worse. So I'm not sure if he meant to say that, or maybe he misspoke, but that's a little bit interesting with that caveat right there. But of course, what do you think about this? What's your analysis before we jump into the poll?
This statement seems to be completely inaccurate. I mean, it was just yesterday that we saw the IRGC seized two commercial vessels, holding the crew and the vessels hostage in their custody since yesterday. So, that's directly causing damage. Those ships were actually attacked as well yesterday, according to UK MTO reports. So, that happened. We also understand that this morning several ships appear to have been attacked and damaged passing through, so definitely more than the South Korean ship. And the day before that, there were several commercial ships that were also hit or seized by the IRGC, because we've seen over about a dozen of them over the past 5 days, either being attacked or seized by the Islamic Republic of Iran. And now, according to the president, other than the South Korean ship, there has been, at this moment, no damage going through the strait. There's been plenty of it. Before this whole Project Freedom thing has been announced, and right now, we're counting just after Project Freedom, there's been at least 3 ships that have been either seized, attacked, or damaged by the Iranians, so definitely more than one. And then before that, there was a lot more as well. So I don't know what's going on with this, but apparently our response at the moment is going to be a news conference. That will definitely show the Iranians. Then we can all stand around in Times Square and hold up a whole bunch of yellow Post-it notes and say that this is justice for the ship or whatever, maybe. It doesn't look like at the moment, though, we're really committing to any form of military action against the Iranians, which we clearly ought to be doing, because the Iranians just showed that they're still not willing to talk. Unlike what people have been saying, and the president also was saying for the whole last week, that the Iranians were begging for a deal
out earlier that allegedly the president might have made a statement to a mainstream news outlet threatening that Iran will be blown off the face of the earth if they dare attack U.S. ships guiding vessels through the Strait of Hormuz. Well, I mean, we've already seen that Iran has launched missiles at our warships. So apparently there was no wiping off the face of the earth. In fact, there's been no response whatsoever to the Iranians launching missiles at our ships. There's been no response at all so far. And now we're hearing a press conference coming tomorrow. So it seems a little bit strange. And also, by the way, Israel's saying they're not going to hold back. That's what Israel's saying. They're saying they're going to respond to it eventually, but they're waiting for the U.S. green light. They're trying to still, give deference to the United States here on this. But that's a big question right now. Is the Gulf states going to be happy about this very slow response by the United States? And also, is Israel going to hold themselves back while the U.S. pretty much stalls the situation like this? That's the question.
Also, people keep bringing up the timestamp to explain that it's Phytex that put this out. Phytex is based in Europe, if I'm not mistaken. And so when they see the post, it puts their timestamp on it. They screenshot it. They post it on Twitter. That's why it says 7:16 p.m. This is a legitimate post. You can go and look at Truth Social to see it.
Yeah, people say it every single time. We live in different time zones, folks. Like the people that post this stuff, some people aren't in the United States posting it, so it's not like a conspiracy. In fact, I'm going right now to go look at the Truth Social to go find the original footage right here, and I can tell you exactly when it came out. Also, the president was posting nonstop. I'm having to scroll through 1,000 different things to get to it. My goodness, also posting. Oh my God, man, there's like 25 posts. Let's see here. So it was an hour ago. That's when this came out. So the actual time on it's 11:16 a.m. in our time, Mountain Time, out here in Utah. So that it's not a conspiracy. It's on the Truth Social.
Yeah, so whoever posted this was most likely in Poland or somewhere over there when this came out. And they screenshot it, which is where Phytex is at. We talked to them, and they're based in Europe, I think in Poland actually. So that matches up with the time zone. For people to say, oh, that doesn't match up with Utah time, that's because this is called Twitter. This isn't Truth Social. And so someone had to screenshot this from Truth Social and then clip it so that way it was just the post and then repost that over here on Twitter. So it actually doesn't show the time. If you look down on the bottom right side of my screen, you can see it's 1:03 p.m. in the state of Utah right now. This is, however, a picture, a snapshot that someone made from Poland and put it on Twitter, so the time zone doesn't match up. There's no great Illuminati conspiracy theory here, folks. It's just that the world has 24 different time zones because it's round and it's a globe.
Yeah, true. But in that note, so let's get into the poll. It says here in the poll, if the USA fails to respond to Iran's new aggression, will the U.S. start to lose support of the Gulf states? 53% said yes, the Gulf states will get pissed. 32% said no, the Gulf states have no alternative. And 6% said they'll probably overlook it this time. So I have a feeling that the Gulf states are getting a little bit agitated. We have heard so far that Saudi Arabia has been encouraging the United States to restart hostilities again and finish the job because they are seeing the disaster that's unfolding right now in the Strait of Hormuz, and they want it to be dealt with. So they're encouraging the United States to get back started. We know Israel is encouraging it. They're always encouraging, the whole conflict. They're always doing that. So Israel's definitely behind it. And now we're hearing that a U.S. senator is now encouraging it as well. Y'all might know who it is. It's Lindsey again. Lindsey's always doing that. He's kind of like Israel with the whole situation. He's always encouraging that. But in this case, though, I would agree with him. It's about time to finish the job. Especially now. I mean, Iran has given the United States every justification in the world to go and deal with the situation. I'm kind of surprised that the U.S. didn't launch immediate counterstrikes after Iran did this. Kind of a little bit odd. My question is this. What is the plan for the next few days? Is the U.S. going to keep encouraging commercial ships to take a massive risk and go through the Strait of Hormuz and potentially get hit with a missile while the U.S. warships hang out nearby and wave and give moral support? Are they going to be doing that for the next few days? Or what are we doing here? Like, at this point, the plan's not clear. And if the plan's not clear to us, then the public, I can almost promise you the plan's not clear to the commercial shipping companies. It's probably not clear whatsoever. So when it comes to the Gulf states getting pissed, I would say with the 54%, they're probably getting irritated. I'm sure everybody in the region at this point might be getting a little bit irritated. They're probably trying to hide it to keep relations good, but I imagine that it's probably bubbling under the surface. But unfortunately, what say you?
I would say I'm with the 54%. They're probably getting pretty sick because we're out right now at the moment. The Iranians have attacked the UAE again, gone out of their way to do that, and have attacked the U.S. Navy. And our response at the moment right now is is that this can be heading, and I'll list out the couple of options we have right now and what the likelihood chance that's going to be done and how it'll turn out. But right now, the most likely chance that I'm going to say all of them are equally likely. It's a 33% chance for each of them. One option is that the United States, in the next few days, actually responds to this and starts military actions against the Iranians again and forcibly reopens the strait. The other option is that the United States does nothing, continue to sit around and let the Iranians either continue to attack us or they stop and we still do nothing, which is the third option. I don't know which way it's going to go, but how the U.S. is not really reacting at the moment right now, and is basically treating this like the whole little ordeal, considering the Iranians just fired at U.S. warships and were attempting to destroy them by firing anti-ship missiles at them, and they've already caused some pretty significant damage in the UAE. It's a little bit odd that we haven't seen a response yet. I mean, it's been a couple of hours now since all of this started, and we're still seeing that the U.S. has not made any active armed response yet at the moment. And that's a little bit interesting to me. This is suggesting that we might see the U.S. just decides not to make a response to what has just happened. And if that is the case, that's incredibly weakening of the image of the United States of America around the world, and is also going to be causing a great deal of anger amongst their allies inside the Middle East. But with that in mind, we actually have more breaking news stories coming out at this moment. So, Matthew, what do we got?
Okay, so we have two breaking news stories. We have 2 for 1, as they call it right here. So right now, getting to the Middle East first, and we'll get to our other news. We have some, and believe it or not, there's something else happening in Moscow right now. We just saw a crazy attack in Moscow last night. We're seeing something else happen right now, but we'll get to that secondary. Right now, we're seeing that the UAE has just announced that they shot down 12 ballistic missiles, 3 cruise missiles, and 4 drones fired from Iran today, according to the UAE's Ministry of Defense. But they failed to mention the ones that hit Fujairah. We did see, of course, Fujairah got hit, which is the oil site right off the coast. But apparently the UAE used some of the Israeli Iron Dome system, which Israel recently lent to the UAE to give them to defend their country. The Iron Dome was the one that shot down the missiles coming in from the sounds of it. So that's what got it. But apparently they didn't shoot the ball down, though, because we saw, multiple targets get hit. But I guess you could say it is positive in one respect, because the UAE kind of did defend. But, it is what it is at this point. But that's the story out of the Middle East. So, of course, we'll have to weigh in on that one before we jump into the major Moscow news.
Oh, no, please proceed to the Moscow news.
So the major Moscow news right now is we are seeing that there's an ongoing Ukrainian drone attack. Get this, again in Moscow, in Domodedovo, which is a hard one to say. That's where a major airport's located, by the way. Apparently, it's a very large attack, and the missiles, or not missiles, but the drones may also be heading for downtown Moscow once again. So that's a pretty big deal right there. Another attack this close on Moscow. Also, by the way, Zelensky has just announced that Ukraine will begin a ceasefire on May the 5th and the 6th. And that is contrary to what Putin just said. Putin just announced a unilateral ceasefire on his accord. And apparently that ceasefire is only going to be on the days of the parade around May the 9th. So it sounds like Ukraine is saying they'll do a ceasefire outside of the parade, but Putin is demanding that it gets done during the parade. So look at that. There's a big discrepancy there with that. Also, Russia has just announced that if Ukraine attempts to attack the Victory Day parade, there will be a massive direct retaliatory missile strike on the center of Kyiv. That's what they just said a minute ago. So that situation with Russia, Moscow, Putin, and Zelensky, that situation is very volatile right now, to say the least. But of course, what say you?
Very interesting turn of events. We can also see here, folks, in the statement that was issued, it says position Domodedovo in the Moscow Oblast, drone threat currently happening over the area. That's generally what this post says. Domodedovo is on the southern side of the city of Moscow, near to the outer ring road. Air defense is primarily based, but it kind of falls almost kind of within air defense dead zone from what we've seen in the past. Most attacks that Ukrainians conduct within the southern area of Moscow actually end up being successful in either knocking out the power grid or causing some significant damage to some industrial sites within the area. So this is quite an interesting one to see. The Ukrainians are continuing attacks on this once more, and not only that, are continuing their strikes around Moscow with hundreds of drones on the way, as we were hearing just a little while ago. It does appear that at the moment the armed forces of Ukraine are still attempting to pressure the Russians into canceling their parade, or at least threatening them significantly that if the parade goes forward, there might be a major Ukrainian attack that, God forbid, might knock out the parade or cause major damage to the forces involved in the parade. So a little bit interesting with that one. It's quite nice to see.
It is wild. Also, by the way, I hate to pull your brain back another direction, but let's jump back to the Middle East here for a second. So apparently, it looks like this is according to Jonathan Carl, by the way. Jonathan is a reporter with ABC News. He says in a phone conversation a short while ago, the president stopped short, saying that Iran has violated the ceasefire. Regarding the Iranian drone and missile attacks on the UAE, which we just got done looking at on video, by the way, you saw the fires and major hits on the coast at Fujairah, the oil port. Apparently, the president allegedly said, according to Jonathan, they were shot down for the most part. One got through, but not huge damage. I would say that's not really the truth. We just saw a video just a minute ago that apparently some oil containers are on fire on the coast, and it looks like multiple hits to the Fujairah facility. So that's kind of underplaying it quite a bit. Also, regarding the Iranian attack on the South Korean ship, quote unquote, we're going to look into it. Shots were fired at the South Korean ship, and I think South Korea should take some action, even though they're on the entire other side of the world. This was a South Korean ship riding by itself. It was not an escorted ship. Okay, so now apparently the South Korean ship was not being escorted from the looks of it. So I don't know, folks. Like here's the thing. Like you can say a million different things, and we're like piecing together the puzzle. If it's this hard to piece it together, then there's clearly some discrepancies in the story. Like obviously, because at this point, you know, one minute it sounds like it's escorted, the next minute it's not escorted. I mean, why is there so much disinformation running around from the executive branch at this point? I mean, it's insane how many versions of the story there are at this point. But Forster, what say you?
Also, you know what this statement summarizes into? It says the U.S. isn't taking any action over what happened today. That's what this says in short. We're going to look into it. Shots were fired at a South Korean ship, and I think that South Korea should take some action.
Show her
So that
on
means
that
the
camera.
U.S. isn't planning on responding to this at all. This is entirely on South Korea, and we're completely skirting over the fact that the Iranians did fire at U.S. warships this morning, which was confirmed by the CENTCOM commander. So before anyone said, no, they didn't, it was confirmed by the U.S., so that's what we're working with. We take government statements at face value for the most part, unless they sound completely untrue or unbelievable. So we can confirm they did fire at U.S. warships, so they did attempt to attack and sink them this morning, and apparently they failed from what we're assuming, but we're not entirely sure. They fired upon a ship that we are supposed to be escorting, at least supporting their freedom of navigation. Now we're not supporting the freedom of navigation. Now we got one up around South Korea, and it wasn't even being escorted. So this is happening right at this moment right now, because the support ship didn't go on fire. The U.S. just completely acted like you weren't supposed to do that. That was just a whole bunch that they weren't attached to involved in. And also the other thing is that apparently we're not going to respond to Iran attacking the United Arab Emirates, which is allied to the United States for the largest part of the area, or our warships, or the attempted attacks on warships this morning. So pretty weak response.
Yeah, a little strange. Also, by the way, the U.S. also called this morning on China to help reopen the Strait of Hormuz. And just to remind everybody, I'm sure everybody knows this, it's common sense. China is an adversary of the United States, so that's like calling on Russia to assist. Of course, they're keeping this post. Could you pull up the post, possibly real quick right here? Because apparently Xi Jinping has weighed in on this right here. As you can see, it says, we ain't reopening shit, bro. And there's Xi Jinping right there delivering the solemn news to the United States. It's a little bit wild. I don't even understand why they asked China to help reopen the strait, because China is funding Iran right now because they know how much economic damage they're inflicting on the United States by keeping the strait closed, and they know how much damage is inflicted by Iran and being terrorists in the region. So why we're asking our enemy to help us out? I mean, I don't understand that. It makes us look desperate.
Yeah, it does make us look desperate. Also, it's like it makes us look stupid, honestly, because it's like, why in the world would be like, that would be like the U.S. in World War II going, damn, you know, we're having a problem down the Mexican border. Hey, Nazi Germany, I know that we just invaded y'all and everything, but y'all want to come down and help? Hey, it's like, what? It's like, that's literally the enemy of the United States. That is the number one enemy. That's public enemy number one. It's China. Russia's number two, and Iran's number three, speaking in terms of priority, as far as the most dangerous and powerful of the group. So we're literally going to go to the leader of the modern Axis powers and ask them to help us. That is ridiculous. I'm not like I gotta say, folks, I've never heard anything like this in my life before. Imagine this happening in any other period of history. Hey, like the American Revolutionary War is going on, and they're like, hey, Fred, could you help send some money to rebuild that bridge down in Philadelphia, please? We'd be really thankful for that. Yeah, what the hell? Like I can never imagine in any other historical period a legitimate request of an enemy nation to help us out in their own strategic quagmire. Like they're going to help. Like that doesn't make any sense at all.
Yeah, I don't understand it really. But you know, I will want to see what the plan is over the next few days. But I mean, here's the catch, folks. I think eventually Israel is going to act outside of U.S. Instructions at some point. I think they're going to probably go for it at some point because I mean, Israel is thinking about the whole situation. They're thinking, you know, well, Israel's been wanting to deal with Iran. I mean, the entire time we've been having to hold Israel back from what they've been wanting to do. So, you know, the U.S. keeps taking this very strange approach of letting the Iranians like take a lot of pot shots at the Gulf states, take pot shots at the U.S. vessels, and also I'm sure that Iran is probably going to restart their attacks on Israel probably soon. I would imagine so. If they're attacking everybody else, they're probably going to resort back to Israel. And also, not to mention the proxy forces, they're still attacking Israel even to this day. We're seeing Hezbollah still launching rockets at Israel nonstop. So that ceasefire didn't hold up whatsoever. So I have a feeling that Israel is probably going to say, hey, look, United States, you can either do something or we're going to do something, one or the other. And the United States might get into maybe a confrontation with the Israelis about that. But ultimately, I think Israel might act on their own.
Yeah, I think they probably will. It certainly looks like the Israelis are raring to go. I mean, they have been raring to go every day. And the reality of it is that they were raring to go as soon as Hezbollah fired a couple of drones at them. They restarted the whole thing up again in southern Lebanon, which obviously makes sense because if someone breaks the ceasefire, it's over. But beyond that, though, they've been signaling for weeks now they're ready to get back to going to war with Iran. And at any moment, they're probably going to go loose and do whatever they want, regardless of what the United States wants. And then we'll basically have to be dragged back into it as a result because of everything else that'll be happening in the region. So with that,
also, by the way, while we're on this real quick, check the current crude prices. I think U.S. crude oil, WTI, I think it closed up like $4 or $5 above what it already was. I think it's at $108 a barrel, but check that. It's 105 right now. It was up to 108. It looks like a little bit earlier, maybe a few hours ago possibly, but now it's at 105. So the oil is still going up. It's not going up as fast as I thought it was for the most part. Brent went up pretty significantly. I know Brent's it's very high. I can't remember the exact number it's at right now, but it jumped up a lot. So we'll have to see how this goes. They are originally, the markets, it seemed like they were reacting in a positive manner at first. It seemed like they were trying to sort of like bring the price down a bit. The investors were by trying to invest lower, I guess, because they thought that maybe with the escorting your ships to the Strait of Hormuz, that would fix the problem. But I think as it becomes apparent that's really not fixing it, I think this price might start to go back up quite a bit again.
Yeah, I have a feeling this is probably going to start going back up quite a good bit, without a doubt, because we're not seeing any actions by the U.S. that is even showing the strait's going to be reopened, if at all, or that we're even going to be escorting ships through at this point. And, you know, Mandy, I was just kind of thinking on that whole announcement that was made yesterday that we were covering from that breaking news stream. Isn't that kind of interesting that the U.S. said something that would be stabilizing the oil trades and the oil logistics around the world? We're literally right before the markets open on Monday. Wasn't that kind of interesting?
Yeah, I mean they do actually have the ships around there. Like the ships are in the area. That's why they got missile attacked by Iran. They are there, but the catch is the plan was not as cohesive as they were making it out to be, and that became obvious this morning.
Well, yeah, but you know, when you think about it, though, they say something that sounds really positive. You know, like, oh, don't worry, everybody, the oil will finally start flowing again because we're going to start escorting the ships through, and it's going to go like clockwork. And so then the oil prices drop. And then this morning, we see that there is no proof of U.S. warships around the strait. A ship did try to go through and it got blown up. And then once it gets blown up, we say, actually, we're not escorting that one. And, you know, and on top of that, you know, the whole situation is what it is. We'll have a press conference on this tomorrow. And outside of that, it just kind of is what it is. It kind of seems like those statements may have been made to, you know, put away some fires before, you know, things started getting back to business on Monday. And then after that statement was made, it looks like there hasn't really been any actual follow through on making that a reality of what was
So the Iranians are making some statements again. So if anybody's ever confused about, whether or not the U.S. should negotiate with Iran at this point after this multi-week ceasefire, here's your answer. The IRGC senior Ali, is his name really Ali Akbar? Is this a joke or is this real? Bro, is this real? Like, is it like on my leg with those? Ali Akbar. Bro, this can't be real. This cannot be real.
You're not gonna believe it. It's real.
It's real. Okay.
He's Ali Akbar Ahmadian.
Fair enough. So IRGC senior Ali Akbar Ahmadian, responding to reports that the U.S. rules of engagement have been changed. Mr. Akbar said, "Come closer. We are ready." So there's the Iranians right there. Ali Akbar said it out of his own mouth. He said, "Come closer. We're ready for this baby." I think very clearly the Iranians are not looking to negotiate. It's time for action on the Iranian team. They've got the person out here, Ali Akbar, man. I thought I was going to pull my leg there for a minute with this, but apparently that's his name. But yeah, that's what you would say.
There's no way that this guy's dad is like, they just, oh my God, I can't believe it. That's like his actual name, and he's a legitimate person. He's not fake or anything. He's real. I gotta say, it looks like they're not going to be negotiating with us. Looks like they never really were wanting to, and as we already know, they're just trying to buy themselves time to build up further pressure on the United States economically by keeping the U.S. position in limbo. So a big shout out to Ali Akbar for getting that one out to us, because we always love to know that we are still dead on the nail with the Iranians are impossible to negotiate with, because it's a radical terrorist regime that's in charge of the country. So clearly they're going to negotiate with faith or operate with faith. So there we have that. I gotta say though, man, at this point, I feel like, I'm playing a game of like Civ 6 or something. Civ 5 or Civ 6. Civ 6, the original game, was like a video game where you play as different countries. And there's like some guy in the game who's like called something like Dave's World or Ali Akbar or Sniper or something. Like, I feel like at this point, we're all playing like a Civ 6 where everyone's just like, how the hell is there a guy who's in charge in the IRGC that's locally Ali Akbar? How do you even come up with that? And probably said, that's why now people think it's boring.
Well, that he's not only the second best. I think this is like a kid career. I didn't know that. I've never heard this dude right here. Of course, I remember he's like Bitcoin out with Boston. This from Ali Akbar out with Boston. Started making some press for the United States. So, think about the woodwork people. I can't even sure you like just not talking about how the Iranians to this point. But down there in Yemen with the they have like something else. Like his name is Al. They're not going to be as in charge of that down there. So I'm thinking the naming movement here definitely along the map.
And then with the crisis in Baghdad, like, help me out with that name.
Yeah, Al Baghdad. That's the one that's like, the yellow dog crying.
Right.
Yeah, that's that one.
Yeah, that was that. And then you had, but yeah, like the names are wild sometimes down there, a real trip.
Yeah, it's really wild, definitely, for sure. Also, by the way, like, at this point, boys, like we were saying before, like I was just making the point a minute ago, the Iranians don't want to talk. So I'm not sure, that's why we've been saying we're not sure why the U.S. is like stalling right now. There's not any reason to stall. Like, the Iranians are still attacking, they're still a problem, the regime's still in charge, they're still holding up the strait. I'm not sure what they're waiting for. I think that's what everybody's asking at this point. The Gulf states, the Israel, everybody's like, what the hell are you waiting for, United States? Even U.S. citizens are asking, what are we waiting for? And we're the ones, putting ourselves at risk by going there to get the situation. So I don't know what they're up to at this point. I'm not sure if anybody does. Also, we're hearing even allies of the administration start to say it's time to finish the job in Iran, and we're still not seeing the job get finished. So I don't know. I feel like they're getting. I don't want to say they're frozen out of not sure what they're doing. I'm not really sure if they're frozen because of that reason. I'm not sure which way to turn at this point. But it's like I'm at a loss.
I'm at a complete loss. I don't know what to make of it. And also, I find it funny. I always always say something like, well, the U.S. position is, they're going to do nothing, and they don't really have a plan, and then people go, oh, you're full of crap. And then something like this happens today, and it's like, well, that clearly is the case. They don't plan on doing anything. And everyone always says that there's some greater plan going on, or there's the 16 chess, and we're not seeing it. I mean, I would like to see at this point, like we've been saying for months now, that they forcibly reopen the strait, because that's the only thing that's going to work. But outside of that, we have more breaking news coming out this moment right now. So, Matthew, what do we got?
Okay, so right now we are seeing that apparently, according to sources in Israel, and they're allegedly getting this information from officials within the government, they're saying the U.S. and Israel are considering hitting Iranian missile launchers and an energy facility in response to the Iranian attack on the UAE. They're saying here that apparently they might go for a parallel strike. Since Fujairah was hit, they're going to try to hit something that Iran has that's similar to Fujairah and try to level the playing field. But that's what Israel's saying, though. Sometimes Israel puts stuff out and it turns out not to be true later. Sometimes it happens. This could be one of those instances. But I would be surprised. I will admit, I would be surprised if the U.S. didn't respond whatsoever to this. That would be unbelievable. I would have to see that to believe it. It could be that maybe the U.S. is simply waiting to get their act together before they launch this retaliatory strike, possibly. I would have thought they already had that plan in motion since they started this freedom operation straight today. But maybe they were behind the curve a little bit. Maybe it's going to take them like a couple of hours to get ready, possibly. So we'll have to see, but that's what they're saying.
Yeah, I would have to say most of the time, though, Israel makes statements, like Israeli media makes statements, like, there's a scheme along all of Iran, and it never comes true. Like honestly, like, if you ever listen to the Israeli papers, folks, you'd be thinking that the swift justice of the sword is coming every day to everybody in the region, and usually it never does. So we'll have to wait and see. Maybe that's being considered, but generally considering that it's coming from Israeli news sources, that kind of doubt its veracity, really. But beyond that, though, that's the situation that we're currently seeing within the Middle East right now. We're going to be making sure to keep up to date on it from time to time, but we have a little bit more news, just a small bit, to tell you all about what's currently ongoing just a little bit up north near Russia. Right now, Spirit drones are heading to Moscow. We've already been able to hear that some of them did hit around the Domodedovo airport. Now, we've also been able to see some additional footage of Ukrainian drones making it on in. And this is actually a heat map, I believe, that is showing us where Russian air defenses are. And that's quite a large amount of air defenses, and also where the FP-1 made it, which was all the way into the very inside of the Moscow air defense perimeter. We've also been able to hear as well that in the early hours of this morning, a Russian Ka-52 was actually chasing down a Ukrainian drone over Moscow. There it is, chasing the drone.
Oh, wow. He's got a whole helicopter chasing it. Look at that. He's kind of going slow.
Yeah, obviously. There it is again, chasing the drone. There's the drone. And there's a Ka-52 behind it.
Looks like they're taking a long time to shoot it down. Like, I'm not sure if they're in range of it or not, but they're just like, they're kind of just following it.
They're just flying behind it, just watching it go on in. There's the Ka-52 again, going about as slow as Christmas. Really quite a high adrenaline chase that we're looking for here, going 3 miles an hour up there.
Man, this is less boring than that chase for Big Simpson in the Bronco.
You know, man, if they had a white helicopter, we could say that they're riding around in a white Bronco. Yeah. That's the end of that clip. And moving us on from that, on out of Moscow, we've also been able to see that drones were flying on into the town of Samara as well, which we hear right here. It's coming on in. And there it is, doing some aerobatics over the central area of the city.
And this is the new one that's happening, like right now.
This one happened about a few hours ago. It's like 6 hours ago or so at this point. So basically while we were sleeping, this was going on. And that is currently most of all the news that we have out of Russia. We also were able to hear, folks, that apparently the withdrawal of the U.S. forces from Germany that's been brought up by the president is apparently going to be specifically affecting the 2nd Cavalry Regiment at Wilson Travancore, which is a striker formation. This is combat ready for deployed unit and non-administrative personnel. It's built for rapid movement, armored operations, and NATO exercises across Europe, with frequent deployments to Poland, the Baltics, and Romania. Particularly, the 2nd Cavalry Regiment is one of the more mobile firepower units that the U.S. military has currently within the area. It is also not attached to an Atlantic Resolve rotational division. I believe it's actually directly attached to the 5th Corps itself, based out of Poznan, Poland. And it also is, well, actually, really quickly, let me go check that really quickly, because I actually have this one on one of my maps. So let me go check the CAV regiment and go see which, where it is and what command it falls under correctly. This map finally became useful. Let me scroll on that. Let me see here. I need to find the second CAV regiment. Is this? No, that's not it. The second CAV. There it is. So, 2nd Cav Regiment falls under the command of 5th Corps in Poznan, Poland. So it does fall under the command of 5th Corps in Poznan. And this is more so of a rapid maneuverability force, especially compared to the armored brigades that we generally keep under the control of the Atlantic Resolve rotational divisions. And it's a little bit concerning to move it out, because this is basically our quick reaction force that can race up to a field, kind of fix the Russians in position, hopefully a little bit, or slow them down, or basically create a screen to be able to slow down their advance before our armor brigades were able to move in and really start punching them down. So a little bit interesting that we can move that one out, because it's not really a good thing for the United States in terms of grander strategy, and it's basically leaving all of our Atlantic Resolve rotational divisions without any form of a screening force, which the 2nd Cav Regiment would be able to provide in the event of open war. So it's not really hurting our enemies, it's more so hurting us. And we removed this unit from Europe, as it holds an integral part in our early operations if the outbreak of war ever does happen inside of Europe and we have to respond. So I hope that this addressed that whole story the best I can at the moment. But with that, we're still waiting for breaking news to come out at this time.
We have a little bit more news right here. Also, by the way, inside of Moscow, a pretty top-level guy turned up dead in Moscow this morning. They found him apparently in an apartment. I want you to keep this in mind, by the way. Last night when we saw the attack by Ukraine on Moscow, we did see a high-level apartment appeared to get hit directly by a Ukrainian drone. And several people were pointing out last night very precisely that maybe that was a targeted hit by Ukraine on somebody, but we never got details about it. But all of a sudden this morning, though, we heard that the former head of Russia's Chemical Protection Division had been found dead in Moscow. They discovered him, in some circumstances I can't describe on YouTube, unfortunately, but he was found in his apartment. And they say that it was something that was a little bit questionable about what happened to him in that apartment. So he was a pretty high-level guy, by the way. Just to give us more details about this guy, he was apparently the ex-commander of the Russian Radiation, Chemical, and Biological Defense Forces. He was a Colonel General Stanislav Petrov, and he's now deceased as of this morning. So we don't know if maybe it was like one of those covert FSB hits. They occasionally go take out some of their people that have left position before, I guess just to tie loose ends or something. Or maybe, possibly, the Russians are trying to cover up the fact that maybe he was in that apartment last night, they got hit, and maybe he was the target, possibly. Not entirely sure. Right now, it's all speculation. But he is deceased as of this morning. But, unfortunately, what do you think about that?
Sounds like foul play to me. That's what I think. The Russians are pretty familiar with doing this sort of a thing to their people, so it sounds like someone got the window treatment again this morning. But beyond that, not really much more to report on that. So with that, at the moment, we actually are waiting for more breaking news to come out. And while we are waiting for more breaking news to come out, we're going to take a brief little moment to get to. Oh, actually, we got breaking news coming out at this moment right now. So what do we got, Matthew?
So we have some breaking news that the UAE is dealing with yet another wave of drone and missile attacks right now. I have seen some UAE commentators say that Iran will regret this, but we don't know what that means. It could mean anything. It could mean that maybe Iran's going to have some nasty statements lobbed their way by the UAE officials. It could mean that the UAE is going to lock some more people up for filming in their own country. It could mean anything. But apparently the
after what you call democracy. But so, it is what it is. Also, by the way, that's why we never went to the UAE, because of things like that. But as you can see, though, apparently another wave coming in. But of course, what say you?
Sounds like someone's really dead. No, man, but it sounds like they're under attack support. We've yet to see anyone respond to the Iranian attacks over the hours that they've been going on. So we'll just have to wait and see if anyone does anything. Sounds as though the Iranians are back on the warpath, and they are at war with us once more and our allies, but yet the United States has not responded. Or the UAE for that matter either. So with that, we will be waiting to see what comes out of this information and news that's transpiring at this moment. And with that, it's time for us to get on into chit-chatting with you all for a little bit as we wait for more breaking news to come out over the next several moments. And so, Matthew, what do we got?
Say that the UAE is like all those like super villains speaking of Batman. You're gonna regret this, Batman. It's like, come on now. It's like,
Mr. Nice Guy.
I like, you got the spirit in you. Like, that's the spirit, defend yourself, self-defense, a crazy old-fashioned concept, self-defense. But, it's like, you might maybe decide to defend your country, possibly. I mean, nobody's holding the UAE back. Like, I can almost assure you that the United States is not telling the UAE, you can't attack, don't do it. I promise you they're not saying that. I think the U.S. was trying to prod the Gulf states to actually defend themselves the last time that they were getting attacked. So I don't know why the UAE is doing this. Like, I don't know why they're sitting back really thinking about it. Maybe they're trying to work up the courage or something. I don't know. But anyways, though, moving on from that and moving into our super chat questions here in the meantime, we'll keep scanning for more breaking news, by the way. I'm sure there will be more coming out shortly. But our first one goes to none other than Joppy. And thank you so much, Joppy, for that $100 support. We do appreciate that very, very much. And as Joppy said, as a continuation to my last super chat, let me go see where that one was. I'll read off the other one first, since Joppy put in that one first. Excuse me, by the way, I'll hear sniffling. I apologize for sniffling on the air like that. We literally woke up, drank coffee. First thing I had to do was start researching immediately for the stream. Like, once I woke up, I was still in the fog, like the war is right now, when I woke up. And the coffee hasn't done much for me. It really hasn't jolted me awake like I thought it was. So I might have to go for another possibly. But now I'm sniffling on the air, so I've hit rock bottom. But our first question here from Joppy said, a country's leader and underlings repeatedly threatening big attacks and counterattacks and not following through. I never thought I would hear that from the U.S. China or Russia, sure, they do it all the time. But USA, what the hell?
Yeah, I know. It's very annoying because usually with the U.S., we're supposed to live up to our word. What we say is what we do. Doesn't really get done a lot these days, for that matter, at this point, which is very annoying to me. Because I feel like the United States ought to be pretty direct. We got to say either the strait's going to be open in 14 days, or we're going to be opening it. And then once 14 days passes, we go and forcibly open it. Instead of what we've seen so far, which is, if the Iranians don't open the strait, we're going to blow it up. And then, it comes to the very last hour of that deadline. Actually, everybody had a change in our due to the Iranians going to the toilet and dropping a log. We're going to be ceasefire indefinitely now. And then it's just stuff like that endlessly. And now the attack is today, and our response is, well, that's really unfortunate. Looks like South Korea is going to help. Anyways, we're going to be having a press conference tomorrow. And I also picked up both chandeliers from the ballroom. It's like, why can't we just actually respond to what's going on? And a lot of people these days are just completely, brain dead, I would assume. When they talk about this kind of stuff in foreign policy, because some people will sit there and say, well, clearly the U.S. can't just be straightforward. We've got to lie about everything. It's like, well, what happened to the transparency that the U.S. government's supposed to have and has had historically forever? I don't know if y'all know this, but the first time the U.S. ever went to war with anybody, rather than Britain, it was a group of pirates in North Africa that kept on boarding and raiding U.S. merchant ships that were traveling around the area. And Thomas Jefferson sent them a letter and said, hey, y'all are going to stop that, or we're going to go over there, and we're going to make sure that y'all regretted ever doing that. And they kept doing it, and then we built the U.S.'s Constitution, and literally for that reason, and sailed it over there and made sure that they regretted ever doing it. In fact, we completely destroyed their little barber pirate state nation that they had made and burned their entire port to the ground in Tunisia. So, it's like, ever since then, the U.S. government has been pretty direct and straightforward about its intentions. If we say something like, hey, open up that strait, that means that. Like, by that deadline, you don't sit there and change that in the last minute, the last hour. You just are direct with everything. Of course, not getting into details, which a lot of people also don't get the nuance of that. You don't let everyone in the signal chat to let them know when we're going to be bombing the Houthis, kind of, straightforward. But you get straightforward with the broader message. This is you do this, and if you don't, this is going to happen by this time, and you don't back off. When you make statements, you're supposed to mean them. But the big thing is to support and this channel keep running. And I have to say, John, very aggravating to me and very annoying because it is making the United States look like an absolute clown show and a joke on the international stage to back off of every single thing that we say and to do the complete opposite or something different and then go blame someone else or something like that. But you 60 once again. And with that, we're on to the next one.
All right, our next one from Joppy is another 20 right here. They said the claim that U.S. ships got through without being attacked. And also, by the way, they did say that the ships were attacked, by the way. They actually did confirm that eventually, but they say they defended successfully against the missiles. Joppy also said, in covering up the South Korean ship having been attacked, implies its narrative control and to instill false confidence for ships waiting for their chance. Now, I will give credit where credit is due. The administration did acknowledge that the South Korean ship was attacked, and also they did say that the warships were attacked as well. But they said it was no big deal with the warships, like I mentioned. And also, they said that the South Korean ship wasn't being escorted. So that's their narrative that they're putting out. So they did acknowledge it at least. But obviously, the acknowledgement, lacked a few details that it probably needed to add to it. But to give credit where credit's due. But enforcers, what say you?
I would say that generally they did let everyone know about the South Korean ship getting hit. But one thing I will say though is that the whole narrative control side of things these days with everything else is just getting out of control. I mean, we're really we are watching the United States right now be the weakest country that I've seen, the weakest form of America that I've seen the whole time that we've ever covered news here. Because I've never seen the United States put out so many red lines like we have with the Iranians since we stopped the shooting conflict with them, and then never follow through on any of them. How many times, folks, have we threatened to blow up all the power plants and bridges in the country and never follow through with that? 5 times. That's a bad threat to even put out. That's one you don't want to follow through on. And yet we put that threat out 5 times and backed off of it 5 times. Looking like a joke, it doesn't, just flatline to the level. It pounds further and further each time you make a huge threat like that and then back off of it. And then it looks even worse when we sit there and say something like, the U.S. military is indestructible, it can do anything and everything, and, the Strait of Hormuz isn't even a problem. Yet, we won't even get close to just breaking the blockade on the Hormuz and proving that statement correct. It's just ridiculous. There needs to be clear statements made and clear action being made. Words are important. I know a lot of people look at stuff these days like everything's a joke. You can be the troller in chief and whatever. But that's not how the world really works. Because right now the Chinese are thinking that they can probably take us out to the cleaners right now with how much of a joke we look like over Iran. And the Russians might be thinking the same as well. Because Iran, folks, is a road compared to dealing with even the Russians. The Iranians hardly have anything even compared to the Russians, and the Russians are not even close to being what the Chinese are. And if we keep on looking like a joke like this every time we go into a war or any sort of a foreign policy endeavor, we're going to keep making the case to our enemies that we are so weak that we can be attacked at any moment, and it might be a walk in the park, even with how strong our military is conventionally and how well trained our troops are. The leadership at the top will fail it all once anything comes to the watch. But big thanks to you for supporting this channel to keep it running, and I hope that does address that the best I can. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right. Also, by the way, just some more details here. I am seeing people note that apparently all those Stratotankers are still in the sky, apparently near the Persian Gulf right now on Flight Radar 24. It does appear to be the case. Right now, there appears to be at least 13 of those tankers active on Flight Radar 24. So they're staying in the air. So some people are starting to speculate that maybe they're staying in the air because the U.S. is about to launch fighter jets over there, and they want to keep those refuelers airborne for that reason. So that way they can launch attacks on Iran. So we'll have to see if it turns into that or not. It could possibly turn into it. I see some people saying that, so we'll have to see. Also, by the way, here's a big one. Apparently Zelensky just landed in Bahrain for talks on security cooperation with the Gulf states. So that's kind of an interesting choice, by the way, because the war is about to pop off and the missiles are going to start flying all over the Middle East. And apparently Zelensky just landed there. So, not that Zelensky's a stranger to war. His country literally is in a
desensitized to it, but he literally just flew into a war zone. Again, I guess that's at this point, unfortunately, that's just kind of status quo for Zelensky. But he's there apparently trying to get some new deals signed with the Gulf states.
Man, that's crazy. Zelensky's like, I'm sweet home, but like the missiles flying over and the drones, he's like, it's not a thing for me. Who wants drones? Anyone want them? But that's interesting to hear. It looks like he's down there trying to make some deals. Making those big money deals for the Ukrainian war industry. That way they can try and make some money on the side and then fund their own continuation of the war in Ukraine. So a little interesting with that one. That's pretty interesting to hear. But with that, it is time for us to move on into some questions.
All right, so our next one goes to Joppy yet again. This was the $100 support from Joppy, and thank you very much for the support. They said, as a continuation of my last super chat, I just thought of something scary. Russia keeps quiet about their meat grinder, and they haven't hesitated to use foreigners, both forcibly and also tricking them. Since the U.S. knows that the meat grinder is a deploy to trick foreigners.
I would say that most likely not, in my opinion. I also got to think of asking for the support job. I don't think so, because generally we're just trying, as far as the grander strategy of anything is concerned, we're just trying to achieve certain objectives. Most stuff like that is usually an unintended side effect or a consequence of some sort of external actions that we weren't able to directly control. So I would say that probably isn't the intent of the United States. It's more so an unintended side effect of the war in Ukraine and also possibly in the war in Iran. So humongous thanks to you for that support. And I'm just showing people running job, and I hope that I've addressed that incredibly well, because we try our best to make sure that we can report the highest quality news here on the channel, and I hope that we've been able to meet that criteria again today. So a huge thanks to you so much once again. I hope that I've addressed that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
Also, by the way, real quick, some news out of Russia just came out. It looks like the Russian cities would usually hold rallies, I guess you could call them pep rallies, right before the Victory Day parade on May the 9th in Moscow. It looks like they're canceling those rallies in Russian cities left and right. I see here that the most recent one is in the Tuapse area. I think you'll understand that Tuapse is currently under probably one of the biggest ecological disasters since Chernobyl. And that was a nuclear disaster, by the way, but it turned into an ecological disaster once the radiation fell in the forest. But apparently, for some strange reason, there will not be a Victory Day rally in Tuapse. They say there's a lot of burning questions to answer about this. No pun intended. So here's what it says. I have the Twitter post up on Twitter if you want to pull it up, by the way. They put out a post in Tuapse that said, "Happy upcoming holiday, everybody. Victory Day, that is. Unfortunately, we cannot hold the motor rally this year. We think that each of us understands the seriousness of this whole situation, and we accept it adequately. The community will not organize a motor rally in 2026, so keep your lattes in the garage." So they will not be having that, by the way. At this point, the Victory Day parade itself is kind of up in jeopardy itself, because Russia is thinking that Ukraine's going to attack it. At this point, I would say it has some credibility behind it. It looks like Ukraine might actually try to attack it. But unfortunately, what say you?
Dang, that's crazy right there. The tour past Tuapse. Oh yeah, I've never heard of an event or a community called that. Beyond that, interesting to see. I think that people are getting scared. I think they're just scared of the choking toxic smoke that's enveloped the city right now. I think that's their problem. But I think a lot of people are canceling it because of the fear that that might happen elsewhere in Russia.
Yeah, I mean, right now in Tuapse, it's literally it's like Cancer Alley right now in Tuapse. It's raining oil. There's oil running through the streets like hot lava. It's like a death trap. It's like the freaking Hunger Games right now outside of Tuapse. So even outside, the drone threat from Ukraine, probably Tuapse's least concern at this point. The disaster forming from that Tuapse oil head, that's the bigger concern by far.
Yeah, I would definitely have to agree. It is a huge concern. And, I got to say, I feel so sorry for them. They started a whole invasion of another country, thinking it was going to be a cakewalk. And 4 years later, they're having to cancel their little motor rally. Tuapse was actually one of the cities that was the biggest, visual supporter of the war in the very beginning. They were having huge little rallies down there with the Russian flag, the long ones that they have to unfurl 100 people hold it from end to end. They were doing all that crap at the start of the war. Now they're having to cancel their little auto races. Isn't that just so sad?
Yeah, y'all should see the Russian auto races before the war started. I used to actually be kind of into that kind of thing. The stuff they come up with, the race is unbelievable. Like it's like the best equivalent to it is like the demolition derby here in the United States. Like it's like these old jalopies and beers that they bring out of the woodwork, and they put these like really lowered suspensions on them, and they're like Ladas that have like no suspension. They're loud as hell, like a Honda Civic at 2 a.m. in the morning. It's really a wild scene. Like they're obviously not racing Lamborghinis, so to put it that way. They're racing like Ladas and Civics and stuff like that. It was interesting though before the war started, but once that started, that came to a stop.
Interesting, very interesting. Also, yeah, it is really interesting. Honestly, I didn't really know that about the Russian racing scene. But one thing that I did know about Russia before this whole war, and this is something that I find very interesting, is that the Russian Federation was always a huge patriotic kind of a country, especially when it comes to the May 9th, the Great Patriotic War side of things. It's a huge thing culturally for them. And it looks like, to be honest with you all folks, even before now with the whole toxic oil smoke thing over Twats, it was really starting to die off a good bit over the last few years because, it just doesn't have the same kind of appeal to it when you're in a war and you're actively losing it. And this very same kind of a thing happened, actually, back at the very latter end of the war in Afghanistan for the Soviet Union. We started to see that a lot of those national holidays started to fade off in popularity a good bit. They weren't really a big thing in the public. And then there was a resurgence after that, after Russia won the second war in Chechnya, and then also the war in Georgia, and then also did their Donbass deal. They were really big into patriotic fervor until the war in Ukraine, and now it's dissipating again. Maybe showing a little bit of a reoccurring trend socially in the Russian Federation. Maybe showing that when they started the war, not only did they lose their patriotic fervor, but they lose a little bit of their fervor for the government that's in charge or has been for decades, maybe. But anyways, with that, we do have a lot more to cover here. A lot more to cover and a lot more to talk about. Matthew, what do we got?
All right, so jumping into our next super chat here, this one goes to Team Diddy in the city. Thanks for our $100 support right there. Very interesting person running around the city. I know he's supposed to be behind four walls, so I guess he's out. They said, I believe they are waiting for the U.S. to make a move. There is no way they are prepared to start an offensive.
And as far as who are they talking about? The Iranians, the Russians, the Chinese? Who are they talking about?
I think they're talking about the Iranians. They're saying that they believe that the Iranians are waiting for the U.S. to start a move or make a move against them because there's no way that Iran's ready for defense, they say. Although I would say they've already gone out defense. So, I mean, what we saw in the UAE, I would say that's an early form of Iranian offensive.
Yeah, I would have to say that pretty much is the early start of the defense. That was kind of what's getting me confused here. It's like, well, they're already on the offensive, unfortunately. Conducting anti-ship missile attacks against U.S. vessels in the Gulf of Oman is, without a doubt, the beginning of an offensive action by the Iranians. So I would generally have to say I don't really think they're waiting on us to make the move anymore. I actually have to say that I was also incorrect on that last time. As I said, the ball is in our court. They're probably not going to launch any sort of a preemptive attack. They did today, literally just a couple of hours later. So I was actually incorrect on that. So I would say that they're actually in the midst of launching their own little offensive right now. Because defensive, when it comes to Iran, isn't putting boots on the ground and marching as far as they can until they take some nation's capital. An offensive to them is just launching overwhelming missile and drone attacks on surrounding countries and attempting to basically bury them under the damage from those overwhelming attacks across the board. So I would generally say they're pretty much on their version of an offensive right now, especially against the United States and the UAE, and that's highly likely going to be spreading throughout the entirety of the region here incredibly soon. So I hope that has addressed that incredibly well, and a big thanks to you for support and of the channel to keep it running. Because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this channel possible, and we wouldn't be able to keep it running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a $100 support from none other than Steve Blanchard. And thank you, Steve, for that $100 support as well. Very generous of you as well. And I don't see a comment. It was just straight up, we're all support. But we do appreciate it nonetheless. That is what keeps our channel going day in and day out. And also funds the coffee fund that I will be cashing in on once again here very shortly to get another coffee going. I've rarely ever had to do 2 coffees in a row, but I think today might be the exception. I have to get an extra one right there. I'm just waiting on those boys. I'm just waiting on any minute now to hear about the U.S. launching fighter jet strikes, and then we're going to be on here for like 4 or 5 more hours after that. I'm waiting on that. I'm waiting to see if it's going to happen. That's what we've been trying to see. If it happens later today, we might run a second stream if we stop this one and it doesn't happen immediately right now. We'll probably run another
to be entirely honest with you all folks, it's probably going to be a second stream that started because I'm not really a big fan, folks, of sitting around on air for like an hour and not saying anything, because that generally doesn't make for a good show. We try and make sure that whenever we're here, there's basically nonstop of something going on, either videos or commentary or analysis or news coverage, stuff like that. And generally that would go against the framework of our show. So basically want this whole thing down, sit around for an hour in almost dead silence, and then have something happen again. I find it to be bad content for the larger part. But anyways, with that, I hope it doesn't reset well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
Also, by the way, I'm getting early reports right now of a major security situation near the White House right now. There's reports, and I'm waiting to verify these reports, by the way. I'll refrain from giving all the details right now until I get verification of those. But all I'll say right now is there is a very serious security situation outside the White House. They placed the White House on lockdown, and the press that had been gathered on the north lawn and now been ushered into the press briefing room and currently hunkering down. So something's going on outside the White House. We're not sure what it is right now. There are early reports of possible bad activity, but also what exactly is. It's being reported literally 50 seconds ago. So it's actively happening right this very second. They literally just ran into the press briefing room right now. So we'll have to see with that. Let me see here. I might have some more details for y'all real quick. So it looks like two different outlets are reporting this. So I'll just say take this with a grain of salt, but we're hearing allegations that shots have been fired outside the White House complex, but we're not sure exactly how close it was in proximity to the White House or what it was. So we'll have to see with that. But in the meantime, though, while we wait for more breaking news on that, we will move on to our next super chat, which goes to Lieutenant Dan Hugh. And thank you very much, Dan, for that $50 support, and we do appreciate that very, very much. Excuse me for sniffling. Once again, I'm a sniffling machine. Dan said, I have nothing to say. I just wanted to give you some cash. Thank you, by the way. He said, it's been a minute. I missed my dues this month.
Oh, there's no such thing as news. We thank you incredibly for the support. Help the channel to keep running. People never have to support the channel. Yet the people who do make this thing possible for everybody. And we're extremely appreciative of anyone supporting the channel in any amount, as frequently or as little as they want. We're just incredibly grateful that people enjoy the show and watch it and consider it to be their primary source of news. And a huge thanks to you so much once again for that. I hope that was addressed that probably well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right. And also, by the way, getting some more details here. Apparently, the White House has been cordoned off, and there's reports coming in that apparently the gunfire that was being heard in the vicinity of the White House was apparently maybe a couple of blocks away. So it might have not been related to the White House, but they were taking the precaution of ushering everybody to the press briefing room and also putting the White House on lockdown, which, of course, is a sensible precaution because if you hear gunshots ringing out down the street, you probably don't want to hang out outside. It's probably not safe. So we'll have to see what's going on with that. But it could just be maybe some crime or some criminal activity going on down the street, and somebody might have gotten into an argument or something, possibly. We'll have to see what happened. But anyways,
I know what happened. Several blocks away. Man, what's up? Man, I love chocolate with my eclairs. Man, it's like, man, that's what happened. And then everybody went running, and the White House got locked down. It was a whole argument, folks, about chocolate eclairs and whether they were good or not. I'm very sure.
You never can tell these days. I mean, it's crazy stuff happening. There was a major shooting last night in Oklahoma last night. I was getting updates on that from a viewer out there, and it was a wild scene with that, like the whole Oklahoma thing going on, like just absolutely wild. You got to be careful out in public these days, like you really do. Like that's not fear mongering anymore. Like you really have to be careful because people are losing their minds, and people are also getting pushed to the limit to a certain degree with like the economic situation. And when the money starts getting messed up, people start getting wacko when that starts happening. So some people start getting on the fringe. So you got to be careful in public.
Someone said in the chat, well, the hood's only a couple of blocks away from the White House. No, it isn't. No, it isn't. Man, this whole place is nice. We've been here before in person. The hood is on up like kind of towards the National Cathedral sort of an area up here. Like this is where it starts getting real hood looking. But I haven't seen the hood like just a couple of blocks away. You would have to drive a couple of miles to get to the hood from the White House. Most of this is pretty nice federal office buildings and whatnot around here. Or it looks here, if I can show you. Maybe I'm wrong. Like, no, this is high end.
Hell no.
Yeah.
Also, by the way, you know how much these things cost? These things are crazy.
Right here. stay in the mountain. Like Washington, like the Washington D.C. metro area, including everything in Virginia, is pretty expensive. We looked at living here before because we wanted to be close to our, and I mean, we wanted to be close to our friends. And generally, it was just too expensive to be able to get up here and live here. Also, by the way, we're just kidding, folks. It's a running joke that we work for the CIA. We don't work for the CIA.
Man, I got accused by like 2 different people yesterday. Someone said only abnormal people get popular on YouTube as podcasters. And I said, well, I mean, we're pretty normal. I mean, what do you mean? He was like, you obviously work for the CIA. He said, you obviously work for the CIA. And this guy was like, had a decent amount of followers on Twitter. I was like, huh. I said, that's weird. I said, we've never gotten a paycheck, so it sounds like a lousy job. He was like, I didn't say you get paid. I said, well, I mean, what are we doing it for free? It's like, what do you think I'm a chump? I mean, come on. It's like, I don't do that unpaid internship junk. Like, I don't do that. That's not my style right there. It's wild, though. Like, we get accused of being everything. People say, oh, these guys are clearly, like, they're the feds or something. They're CIA. It's like, I mean, it's like, why? It's like, hey, I'm just reporting the news the way I'm seeing it, and also adding my own opinion to it right here. I mean, if the CIA likes it, great. I mean, we were cited for a book by a former CIA director, but that doesn't mean we're CIA. He might just admire the channel. It's like, come on.
By the way, folks, if you don't want to get that book out, we don't make any commission fees off of it. But it's called Conflict, written by a former CIA director, David Petraeus. We're actually in the Ukraine War chapter of the book, which is really neat. So that was a really cool thing to be included in that. But outside of that, though, I mean, like, if y'all saw how it worked behind the scenes in this channel, folks, you'll be like, yeah, there's no way to the CIA. I mean, we're really just getting together for like maybe 20 minutes before a show. We're like, yeah, what do you think about this? Yeah. And then we talk about it a little bit, and then we're like, okay, well, let's go live. And then I do all the pre-show prep and stuff for a couple of hours and have these retweeting throughout the day. I mean, like, working for the CIA, I really wouldn't want to do that, to be honest with you, folks. I mean, I just, I just don't really see the benefit in it. But and also, on top of that, we weren't getting paid and we were working for the CIA. What type of job is that? What kind of a schmuck would you be? Like, they got to at least pay us if we're going to work for them. I mean, like, we don't work for them, but if they love us to work for them, they're going to have to pay me because I'm not doing it.
They can keep their money. They can keep their money. They can keep it right there. They just have it. They just have it.
Hang on, what's that? Someone's in my room. Oh, wow, dude, we need to go to war with Iran. It's funny.
The part is not funny about that is it's not the American intelligence doing it, but there is some foreign intelligence out there doing that to some people that are pretty large voices. That's not a joke in some cases. In some cases, it's legit.
Wait a minute, dude! Someone else just came in my room.
You have to make sure to tell them the right things.
Yes, sir.
Oh, we'll pass. Thanks, buddy.
Aye, Cap. With that, all jokes aside, just throwing out the corniest at this point. But with that, it is time for us to get on into the next one.
Also, everybody's saying, of course, that's what a CIA person would say. I know it's like anytime we try to address that, it's like, well, look, see, they're getting defensive. It's like there's no way to combat that. So we just let the myth ride. Let the myth ride. I mean, it can't hurt anything, can it? It's not like we have a choice. There's nothing we can say to do away with that myth right there. But anyway, so jumping into our next one here, this one's going to go to Flying Part of Freedom. And thank you very much, Flying Part of Freedom, for that $100 support. We do appreciate that very, very much. It's very generous of you. They said news about 7-Eleven casino wars lately. I almost forgot about that. On my way to Syria soon. Wife wants to see her family, but I'm a bit hesitant to bring the kids that close to a war zone that could flare up once again.
Oh, yeah, that's a good point. And also, Mandy, where is that super chat in the spreadsheet? Just trying to find it so I can read along there, and I don't see it.
It's at the bottom. It's at the bottom. I haven't had a chance to add it to the top.
I was about to be like, where is it? I was looking at the top of the spreadsheet. Where did you read this from? But I haven't really been hearing a lot about the casino wars or the 7-Eleven wars lately. Those have actually died down for a large part. The tensions are still high between Thailand and Cambodia, but I haven't really been seeing much more on it so far. And it looks like the current iteration of the ceasefire that they negotiated outside of the United States is actually holding, although it's very fragile, and I don't really think it's going to be holding forever. It's definitely going to collapse at some point in the future. It's just that we don't know when, and we don't know for how long the conflict will flare back up again and how bad it will become once the ceasefire is broken again. But definitely an unstable situation. As far as going over there, I would say this might be a little bit of an iffy take, so take this one with a grain of salt. it probably is okay, except for going towards the border regions, like the actual provinces of Sakho, Chantaburi, Trot, Buriram, Surin, Sisaket, Ruban, Ramshahani. Those are definitely not places that would be good to go, because whenever the war has broken out, most of the fighting is completely relegated to the near border region, meaning that if you're in a place like Bangkok, or you're in northeastern Thailand or northwestern Thailand, or down here along the coastline on the isthmus, that generally is safe. We've never seen the war, well, any of the 7-Eleven and casino wars spread to there, and none of the strikes have ever occurred there. So it generally would be safe to go to Thailand as long as you avoid the border regions. But as I say that, make sure to always follow the Department of State's travel advisories, because it's their profession and job to make sure that they tell U.S. citizens where it is safe to go and where it's not safe to go. And they probably have a much more in-depth sort of a travel advisory description of the kind of threats that are there, what to avoid, and where it's safe to go, and everything else more so than I can give. But humongous thanks to you so much for the support. And I hope that if you do go over there, you have a fun time. And if you don't, that's a good, safe call to make. It's always better to be safer than sorry, is what we also say as well. So it's really up to you. But either way, as long as you play the cards well and play them safe, everything should end up being fine. But the big thing is, thank you so much for the support. Now with this channel, we keep on running. And I wish you all the best for flying far freedom. And so with that, we are on to the next one.
Also, by the way, just an update with the White House thing. It sounds like, based on what I'm seeing from a couple of different reports, that the all clear might have been given, but take that with a grain of salt, of course. But it sounds like it might be over with. So if that is the case, most likely if somebody like a few blocks away, possibly getting into some activities with somebody, could have been nothing. Could have been somebody getting a hot temper, possibly down the street. Never can tell. But anyways, we also have some more details that apparently, according to what I'm reading here, there's been numerous reports from the ground of jets being spotted over central Iraq. So it sounds like maybe possibly some Israeli jets are making their way over Iraq, or maybe U.S. fighter jets, one or the other. But people are hearing jets flying over Iraq right now, so they could be making their way over toward Iran. That could be what's happening right now. We'll have to wait and see, though. So that is the breaking news right this second. But moving into our next one here, this one's going to go to Chef Danny B. And thank you very much, Chef Danny, for that $50 support. Very generous of you as well. He said, good evening, enforcers. Chef Danny here. I just finished last night's stream, and I wasn't live with y'all, but big thank you for spending your well-deserved day off to keep us informed. And else, and you also,
And long live the Spring Army and Chef Danny B. You and us were all very similar. We all work 7-day and 6-day weeks. Woo-hoo. We love it. We love it. Honestly though, I was really hoping to go hiking today. Like I was really hoping to go hiking today, and I woke up, and as soon as I woke up, Danny had texted me 5 minutes before that. He was like, dude, it's going down. And I looked up Twitter, I was like, oh God. I was like, it really is going down. But, it's better to be here and cover the news than not. It's just that I wish, in all honesty, folks, I wish they had waited until a Tuesday. Tuesdays, I'm mentally ready to do this. Like, I'm gung-ho for it. Mondays, though, I usually wake up and I'm like, oh boy, I can't wait to go out, like smell the flowers, walk the trails. And then it ended up being war today. So, that's what it is. But beyond that, I do thank you so much for your support. And I gotta thank you for enjoying us, spending our time covering the news every day, no matter what, because it is an absolute honor and an absolute pleasure to be able to cover the news for all of y'all and try and cover as much information as we can on the matter. So big thanks to you so much once again. I hope that those addressed that incredibly well. And we'll move on to the next one.
we also have here a $50 support from SB Allegro. Thank you very much, SB, for that $50 support right there. We do appreciate it very much. Very generous of you, by the way. And I do not see a comment attached to it, but a huge shout out to you once again. With that. And of course, what say you?
Now we got to thank our national leagues for helping this channel to keep running. I didn't throw in a comment, but we're greatly appreciative. And we thank you so much for helping this channel to keep on running. If it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this thing possible. We wouldn't be able to keep the news rolling day in and day out, 6 and 7 days a week if necessary, to be able to make sure everybody knows what's going on around the world. And so a huge thanks to you so much once again. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 20 from a Rotor Max, and thank you, Rotor Max, for that 20. He said, hey, Enforcement, Matt, I just tuned in. Thanks for the overtime update. Here's something for the coffee fund. Costco San Francisco Bay French roast. It packs a good wake-up punch.
That is, Rotor Max, I gotta ask you, have you broken into my house sometime? Because that's literally what I got at Costco the last time I went there. No joke, I haven't opened it yet, tried it, but I actually did get that San Francisco Bay French roast because I looked at it and I was like, you know, I mean, it's not like French roast from Starbucks, which is what I normally get, like a whole bean, but it's whole bean and it's French roast. So I was like, maybe it's good. So I got a pack of it, and that is absolutely crazy that you bring that up. Like, I literally just got that like 5 days ago. But a huge thanks to you for the support and helping this channel keep it running. And thank you for tuning in and enjoying this overtime update. We're trying our best here. We really are. We're really proud to know that a lot of people have been enjoying it and supporting the channel so we can keep this kind of news coverage rolling every day. So huge thanks to you once again. And with that, we are on to the next one.
Also, by the way, we do have some details more about the White House thing going on. Apparently, it was allegedly shots fired down the street, apparently near the Washington Monument, it sounds like, with the police having it under control. Whatever happened down there, it's ended for the most part, it sounds like. So it is what it is. Looks like there's a ton of police down there tending to whatever it was. So we'll have to find out. But anyway, so jumping into our next one, this one's going to go to T. Scolman. And T. Scolman does report. He said, Enforcer Pizza Fund and take over from Chad.
Hey, thank you so much for the support. The Enforcer Pizza Fund. And Matthew, did you get a pizza the other day?
Yes, I did. I got it the other day. I finished it off this morning for breakfast.
Well, what do you do? That is, you know, I gotta say, pizza is something that's truly amazing. It's a food type that is a staple of mine because it's pretty affordable and it lasts pretty good bit. And I gotta say, a big thanks to you for supporting the channel and the Enforcer Pizza Fund for helping us to keep the head and helping us to keep this thing rolling. So huge thanks to you so much once again. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one here goes to none other than Music Uploader, which is 20. And thank you for that support. They said port of Fujira, interesting. LSA.
Before the Fujira. Yeah, it's quite an interesting name. It kind of has a similar ring to Djibouti, in a sort of a sense. And so it always gets a laugh out of people whenever we mention it. Like whenever we're like, down in Djibouti, everyone's like, he said it, that's booty. And then that one, you know, I can't say that one. But a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel keep running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have another one from Music Uploader, another 20. And they said a house divided against itself will fall, and that Iran won't disrupt its unity, no matter how much they hate each other.
Well, I mean,
well, you never can tell. I mean, there's some things that transcend religion. There's some things that transcend government. There's some things that transcend a lot of stuff, and that's the human desire to gain as much power as possible if you have a certain personality. And some people will throw it all away for that power. They'll throw away their religious beliefs. They'll throw away their morals if they even had any in the first place. They'll throw it all away to get the power. They'll even throw people that they've known for ages under the bus to get that power. And I think there's some candidates for that inside of Iran, despite what their religious extremism is with that type of they might decide, well, you know, we can temporarily put that aside if it means, you know, taking power. So I wouldn't count on it. But of course, what say you?
Well, that would be an interesting idea, but unfortunately, the history of the region puts that one to rest because Iraq went to war with Iran, Iraq invaded Kuwait, Saudi Arabia went to war with Iraq because they invaded Kuwait. Then let me think of what else. Iran attacked every other Islamic country within the region, which generally was done just a few months ago. And also, not to speak of the endless civil wars in the region, like the Syrian Civil War, the Lebanese Civil War, the Yemeni Civil War, and many other fun wars that have been within this region in the past 40 years. Generally, religion, as far as it falls under the parameters of a government apparatus, is only used as a tool of power for the large part, which is how we've seen it used here and over there for the years that we've been on air, to be able to try and get people who believe in that religion, who have good faith and goodwill in their belief, to follow along with them by kind of warping it or perverting it to a degree to make it sound like it fits their political aims and framework, which is what the Islamic regime does with Islam, is that they twist it a great deal to be able to make it fit their radical framework that they work off of so that they can justify what they do inside of their own country and what they do to everyone else in the region. So I would generally have to say, for the larger part, they will actually break that stability and attack each other if it becomes absolutely necessary. But they do have a concept of Islamic brotherly nations in the region, which does exist. But that has its limits, and we've seen that its limits have been tested and broken in the past few decades a good many of times. But a huge thanks to you so much once again. I hope that this addressed it fairly well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
also add some more details. This might be the final piece of detail we needed about the White House situation. So the shooting that happened down the street, apparently it was an officer-involved shooting. Apparently it was law enforcement doing the cat popping from the sounds of it. Apparently they popped somebody down the street. Unclear why they did that, but they're saying that U.S. Secret Service is now on the scene of an officer-involved shooting down the road in Washington, D.C. They said one individual was shot by law enforcement, and the condition is currently unknown, and they're currently trying to get a grip on what's happening down the street. So it sounds like somebody got popped by the police from the sounds of it. Not sure why though. But unfortunately, what say you?
I tell you, man, it's that chocolate eclair argument. I'm telling you, that's what it had to have been.
Yeah, who knows? Like it sounds like maybe somebody might have tried to intimidate a police officer, do something sketchy with the police. Maybe that's maybe why they had to pop somebody.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, it might have been the case, but it appears that was more so just, for kind of like a knee-jerk reaction by the White House because they heard shots were fired, and so they just shut down the whole area. But it looks like the situation was brought under control pretty quickly afterwards. So for that, I hope the White House addressed that the best that we can, at least in the moment right now. And with that, it is time for us to move on into the next one.
And our next one goes to SV Allegro, once again presenting another $50 support. Thank you very much, by the way, for that second support. They said, I understand that the U.S. Navy escaped 2 U.S. flagships to the Strait, and are there 4 U.S. flagships stocked?
We actually don't know if they made it through because CENTCOM made that statement, but we've seen no ADS-B transponder data in the public that suggests the notion that 2 U.S. flagged merchant ships made it through the Strait and have successfully escaped. And of course, I have to say, folks, that many people, I hate to say this, folks, but a lot of people with no critical thinking skills are about to go, "You hate America, you hate Americans." But the thing is, folks, is that CENTCOM has put out enough statements of its own over the past 2 months that have ended up being completely not true, that we can't take everything they say at face value anymore, and we generally have to have some sort of corroborating information to prove their statements for the most part, and we don't have that on this one. We didn't see any U.S. flagships heading towards the Strait with their transponders on. We didn't see them go through with their transponders on, and we haven't seen them make it to the other side with their transponders on. So either these ships are absolute phantoms, or their transponders have been on continuously the whole time, which means that we can't confirm that happened, unfortunately. So I would have to say that as far as answering your question, Delightful, there are more U.S. flagships that are stuck inside the Persian Gulf, but we don't know if any of them have made it out or if they'll have a chance of making it out, considering how the U.S. is now operating the whole passage through the Strait side of things, which is where if a ship gets hit, we generally just act like it wasn't really a part of our whole operation, and it is what it is. So I hope that this addressed that the best I can. The big things to your support and know this channel keep it running. Because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this channel possible, and we wouldn't be able to keep it running. And so with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a $20 support from my Truck and Travels, and thank you very much, good sir, for that support. He said, thank you for the breaking news, and thank you for always being here, and always and forever, and coming to you 1 mile from the Matamoros, Mexico, heading to Wilmington, Delaware, and take one from the chat if you're doing that today.
And we are always taking one from the chat, my Truck and Travels, and thank you so much for enjoying the breaking news. We're trying our best here to make sure that we can keep this news coming out, and I gotta say that the Mondays are always rare for a live show to be run on, but this day definitely did deserve it. And I got to thank you incredibly for the support of this channel to keep it running. Because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this channel possible, and we wouldn't be able to keep it running. So a huge thanks to you so much once again. And also, I got to say, I hope you have fun near Mexico or in Mexico. But with that, we are going to get one from the chat. So Matthew, what we got?
And the one from the chat is going to go to none other than Holly, who said, doesn't the U.S. Navy have those underwater drones that they said were deployed in the Strait a few weeks back?
They do, but from what we know, it doesn't really look like those drones have the ability to demine. It looks like they have an ability to find the mines, but not actually lead them to being inert or being destroyed. At least that's our understanding at the moment of them. So, yeah, in a sense, yes, but did they clear out the minefield? Highly unlikely. And also, if they've been clearing it out for weeks, then how do we explain the Iranian storm that just went back into that minefield? Yes, well, 2 days ago, and laid a whole new batch of mines, probably also including the area that we demined, and then that completely destroyed or completely backtracked any of our progress, and we're starting from square one as of 48 hours ago. So generally, we would know if those sorts of mining vehicles are being used right now, and also we wouldn't know if they would have been effective at clearing out the path, considering that the Iranians just laid even more mines just 2 days ago. But a big thanks to you for supporting this channel and keep it running, and I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
Our next one is going to go to none other than Captain David, who puts in 20. And thank you, Captain David, for that support. He said, it looks like I was wrong yesterday when I said I'd have nothing to watch today. This message is brought to you by the Enforcement Next Day crew, LSA, and love you guys.
Hey, the big thanks to your support. It looks like you are wrong. Luckily, though, there is actually a show
Like, that sounded wrong as hell. You're like, it looks like you were wrong.
but fortunately, he was because he has some show to watch. Hey. And also, like, I think about that, it sounded so much better in my head. I was like, you were wrong, like it's an excited thing. But then again, I was like, you're wrong. It's like, hey, but beyond that, a big thanks to you for support. I hope you've enjoyed the show, and a big thanks to you for support. And so we keep these shows running day in and day out. Thanks to you so much once again. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 20 from Joppy, and thank you, Rush Joppy, for that support. And Joppy said, if the USA wants China to give up on Iran, I can imagine the U.S. is trying to negotiate for it, and I can imagine that China is saying they'll only do it if the USA leaves East Asia for good, or at the very least, not know Taiwan.
That could be a possibility. I'd say, oh, you don't sit around for this in the future later. But I have a feeling that probably wouldn't go anywhere because the U.S. would probably, waffle on that enough. The Chinese would rescind the longer for a certain period of time and then just forget about it. Also, I have a feeling that the Chinese probably wouldn't
see anybody in here
because why would they want to help? They basically achieved by the continuation of the war with Iran the effect of basically not having the U.S. there for Taiwan because the U.S. spends all of its munitions and really abilities fighting the Iranians right now. Then we're not really able to be there at all to help out Taiwan. So not only do they see that we end up being in a quagmire in the Middle East, we also end up being in a quagmire in the future with Taiwan when the Chinese start working towards their aims with that island. So a big thanks to your support. I hope that has addressed that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And our next super chat is going to go to none other than Kevin. And thank you, Rush Kevin, for that 20. He said, so with everything going on in Iran as of today, this is me that Alan Snack Bar will be reopening this summer.
Well, we actually have Ollie Hunt Bar running that snack bar, and I'm like, I can't believe someone actually needs Ollie Hunt Bar. That's crazy. But beyond that, I would have to say, it won't be reopened this summer, sadly. Sadly, folks, Middle Eastern summer trips are going to be out of the picture now. Very sorry to everyone. I know that many people wanted to go to the war fringes of Iraq in the post-Civil War series. Sadly, folks, we're going to have to put those on hold because the riots going on. So, thanks to you so much once again. I hope that it addressed that well. But yeah, we're on to the next one.
We also have a story from Captain David, and thank you, Rush Captain David, for that 20.